Good morning, everybody. We will start with the pledge and Representative Terry will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 577 FN, prohibiting the use of specific color additives in meals offered or made available by public schools. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Perkins Quokka, to introduce the bill. Representative Selig. Okay. We're out of practice.
Sorry, we've been gone so long, I forgot.
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, I could have done it for you if helpful. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka, representing Senate District 21 and prime sponsor of SB 577, the Protect Our Kids Food Act. Protect Our Kids Food Act bans the use of certain color additives in meals for students in public schools. These dyes are unnecessary, providing zero nutritional value while posing a danger to the physical and behavioral health of our children. Numerous states either have or are planning to ban these dyes as well. This is a growing list, which includes but is not limited to California, Connecticut, Florida, Hawaii, Indiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Missouri, Utah, Virginia, and West Virginia. Many of these dyes are also prohibited in other countries around the world, while natural dyes and additives are used instead. This bill would put New Hampshire in line with a growing global and bipartisan movement to improve our public health. Many of these substances are actually petroleum byproducts, which have no place in our foods. These substances are known to pose potential hazards to children's health, like hyperactivity, inflammation, and potentially even links to cancer. This is hopefully a common sense measure with the best of intentions and a great opportunity for all sides of the chamber to work together on an important mission. I respectfully ask the committee consider this bill favorably. And I also have with me, Madam Chair, a potential draft amendment, if the committee is open to me distributing this.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you. And I'll speak to it. The Senate hearing was rather smooth. A couple folks came in opposition, but one of the pieces that we wanted to make sure got fixed was that making sure schools could hold, for example, bake sales or fundraisers after school with whatever products they could kind of get a hold of for themselves. So, for example, if you were out at the soccer field and you wanted to sell Gatorade to raise money for your soccer team, to sort of make sure that that exception was provided. So that's what this language that I circulated would do. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the bill or on the amendment.
Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Yes.
I think about two different sort of unique circumstances that happen probably more frequently, maybe at elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, but maybe not necessarily. One is that there are certain secular holidays where people tend to give out candy and other kinds of things, and where kids would give that to one another. So it wouldn't necessarily be provided by the schools, but being distributed. Or, for example, like I know that my daughter, when she was in high school, their fundraiser was selling candy lollipops for their, the heart-shaped ones at Valentine's Day kind of thing. And so I wonder how this would impact that, or if there needs to be some sort of line. And also at the elementary level, I know a lot of times children bring in treats at their birthdays. And again, like if their parents were to make M&M cookies for everybody, I'm just curious if there's any sort of way to navigate that in a way that would not restrict the celebrations of joy, but still be protective of our kids.
Yeah, no, thank you, Representative. I think the language of the bill largely addresses that. And if not, happy to incorporate any additional words you would like to in the amendment if the committee is open to it. But lines 13 through 15 of the bill, essentially the prohibition is on elementary or secondary schools offering or making available as part of a school meal or any competitive food that contains the following color additives. So I think it would have to be the school that was providing it to be affected by this. And competitive food, as it's used in line 14, is a term of art that has to do with federal food guidelines. So in case anyone was wondering what competitive food is, I also had to learn that. But essentially, I do not believe it would pick up the circumstance you're talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to bring this to us. I'm of a little bit of a dual minds on this because I'm a big proponent of trying to increase the healthiness of what I consider rather tragic meals that often tends to be offered to students in schools. On the other hand, I'm also seeing that the fiscal note says indeterminable cost. I'm trying to understand how this might relate to federal guidelines that currently dictate nutritional requirements for which we have to obey if we're to be reimbursed. Otherwise, the cost would fall into the state. So can you speak to that at all?
I can start to, and I can follow up with your representative because as I was just mentioning, this sort of term competitive food comes out of those federal guidelines. And as I'm sure you are aware, those nutritional guidelines that you're referencing are kind of shifting at the moment. So I will say that since we've introduced this and it's been in the Senate chamber, we haven't had any of those concerns raised about reimbursement, but I would be more than happy to look into that a little bit and get back to you if I could. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Terry.
I'm wondering if you could say a bit more about the amendment and the exception that you
Sure.
Described
Yep.
briefly with respect to, I believe you used the term food offered in conjunction with fundraisers or something of this sort. And then you cited Gatorade. And so I'm probably going to have a follow-up question, but if you could maybe address that question, I'd appreciate it because I'm a little fuzzy on what you mean here.
Yeah, sure. So if you look at the language of the proposed amendment, which I know you were just receiving when I was talking about it, it would amend it to read no public elementary or secondary school shall serve any food to any student as part of a school meal. And then you'll see that it adds on a school campus during regular school hours or any competitive food as defined in 7 CFR. So what I think the key words here are that on a school campus during regular school hours, because what we're trying to make sure we carve out is like if you leave the school building and then you're out on the soccer field and you're running a fundraiser, to buy your new school uniforms or something like that, that if you happen to be selling Gatorade or Kit Kat bars, that you're not breaking any rules.
Follow up.
So in your mind then, school campus would not include out of doors, but only the building?
I think that's the intent. If you feel like that's unclear, I'm happy to work through some additional language. But yes, that's what we're trying
Ordinarily,
to do.
I would think of a campus as being the property associated with the building as well as the building.
Okay.
And then just one more follow-up on it.
Yes.
So why would you grant an exception if these dyes
Yeah.
are harmful?
Yeah.
Why would you grant an exception and say, but it's okay that these be made available to students, to children, to people, if they're harmful? I mean, either they're harmful or they're not harmful. That's really a question, but it's in the form of a statement.
Yeah, no, it's
What's the rationale for this?
sure. It's a fair question. I think the rationale is similar to what Representative Seelig was talking about. The amount, I guess the quantity and the frequency of food that's being served to our kids by the schools is of greater impact to them, right, than the amount and the quantity that might be consumed at a bake sale or at a fundraiser. And so I view those exceptions as having less impact on the kids. Obviously, we're not going to see these dyes disappear from our environment overnight. I think it's important to make the steps that we can as a state, from a public policy standpoint, to make statements about what we are going to protect our kids from. But I guess I feel like having a carve out for these sort of activities organized by the children seems reasonable. But I appreciate your question, and I understand what you're trying to get at. Yeah.
Thank you, and I think we do need to work a little bit on the amendment.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'd be happy to. Yeah.
Thanks.
Representative McDonald?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. Looking at the amendment, it includes what I believe is a federal citation. Does
Yeah.
that expand the prohibited dyes beyond the 9 listed in the bill? Are there other dyes?
No, it should not incorporate other dyes. What it should do is just make reference to that, again, that definition of competitive food. And I think it's just to clarify exactly what we're talking about in the bill to make sure it's clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought of one more, so thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I was just doing a bit of research. So according to what I'm seeing, 2 of the dyes that are listed in this
Yeah.
are presently under the current administration slated to be eliminated by 2027.
Okay.
The rest of them are marked for voluntary elimination from the system. So it's not clear whether or not they'll definitely be eliminated.
Okay.
So my question revolving around that is, should we have any concern about getting out ahead of the federal government with something that might be more strict than what they're doing, that might remove us from the sort of economy of scale? Because the manufacturers are going to follow the federal guidelines. So I'm concerned, and should we be concerned, that by doing something more strict, we might not be able to access those manufacturers, and we might have to go to smaller manufacturers. That could drive costs up a lot.
Yeah, it's a great question. I would be interested to look at the experience of the other states that have done this, but I would have to imagine that there are probably businesses out there that are seeing where this is going, and are sort of creating their own competitive strategy on that. But let me see if I can find some more information. You're asking good questions, so let me follow up with you.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the youth in our schools. And we know that some of these additive coloring are from petroleum products, some are from natural sources, which if you have looked up natural, it could be from beaver glands. It's sorry to say, but anyway, that's truth. You can look it up. And so read the label, obviously. And I'm so happy that you're addressing this. So New Hampshire, as far as 21 and 22, the IEP 504 plans, New Hampshire was at like 25%. It's like the highest in the nation for those students. 1 in 4 students in New Hampshire was the highest in the nation. Do you think is any correlation in there because of the growth, and it's just all within their system? Maybe attention deficit and things of that nature besides the sugar they get.
Yeah, I can't comment knowledgeably on that, but I do have a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old, and these are foods we avoid in our house.
Good.
Almost every other parent I know does too. So I think there's enough evidence out there that that's concerning, that I think we need to start moving our country back, as we have all been talking about, to sort of a more healthy food economy. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other pink cards on 577? Oh, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to recommend that Representative Terry correct his name block because he's got Representative Tenzar's in front of him at the moment, and it might confuse people at home. So,
Thank you.
Representative Noble? Representative Noble?
Yes.
Oh, Chair Noble, sorry. I'm just wondering, there's somebody from the Department of Education. I actually have a question about implementation and how it would work, and I see that you're there, so I would ask. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. For the record, my name is Kelly Rambo. I'm the Bureau Administrator for Nutrition and Wellness at the department. Do you have a specific question?
You'll probably address it in your comments, but my specific address is in regard to the specific diets that are listed, how prevalent they are in nutrition currently. And I see that the effective date isn't until January 2028. So I'm interested in your or the department's views on how realistic is this implementation and how much of a burden is it going to be on districts to do it? Because we all recognize that healthy foods are important, but at the same time, we have to balance the feasibility of doing it within that time frame. So
Sure. Thank you for the question. As previously stated, I think we can all see that the federal regulations are changing. They might be slowly changing, but they are in fact changing. And we did indicate just a little bit in the fiscal note that there could and would be a challenge for the local level and school districts to get on board with some of these that might not have changed already in the industry. To also address the question on the federal guidelines and the federal reimbursement, the state can always be more strict than the federal government. So as long as we're meeting the minimum standards for those meals for the federal government, we will be entitled to the reimbursement for that. But there are states that are slowly making these changes, which was mentioned before. So the industry does have to kind of get on board with that as well too. But it does take a little bit of time for that. I mean, we can see that outside of school meals too, that in the industry we're seeing changes to the food in and of itself already, with going to turmeric instead of some other additives. So I think that we're going in that direction, but it will take a little bit of time to catch up.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my, Representative Bilboni, that was my, I'm sorry.
It was just a quick follow-up. So again, just back to that time frame, is it feasible then? Did you believe this could be done within that time frame of January 2028?
I would say it would be challenging to meet all of them.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So one question that I had was on reimbursable meals and a la carte meals. So obviously, a la carte meals, you see those more at the high school level. For kiddos who are at the elementary and middle school level who might be receiving like a gel fruit snack or something like that, that's part of the meal, would that be an area that are those purchased third party, or are they made in-house? Like, are there challenges that way to securing foods in that way?
Sure. So I apologize, I don't have a copy of the amendment, so I don't know what additionally is in there. But the way that the bill reads currently is that it's part of the school meal. So anything that's included as part of the school meal, and also competitive foods, which would be foods and or beverages that are sold during the school day. So that would be those a la carte items as well too. And just for reference, again, what I'm speaking to is federal guidelines. The school day is midnight the night before to 30 minutes after the last bell that happens. That's what in child nutrition, the federal government categorizes school day as. So there was also mentioned before to fundraisers that are outside of that time frame. And for the federal government, those would not be affected. Those would be up to the local level to decide that. To address some of the fundraisers during the school day, because I know that question was brought up as well too, that would be indicated in your local wellness policy on what is and or isn't allowable in there. So that's a local level control as well too.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I know when my children, who are now both in college, but when they were in elementary school, we were able to partner with a local fisherman so that once a week there was literally fresh fish brought in for the students in the elementary school to have for meals through programs. And I'm just wondering whether, and I know that's not necessarily included in here, but with the goal of trying to increase the healthiness of what we're eating. If there's ways that we can use this bill or something else to increase the partnerships with local fisheries, local farms, et cetera, to increase the healthiness of what we're providing in the local, we know the more local food is, the less chance for preservatives and other kinds of things.
Sure. So the currently right now, I can't speak to it in its entirety, but I know the Department of Ag does have a program that there is funding that is provided to some schools specifically for that purpose. We do at the Department of Education have the Farm to School program. So we also try to do that. Unfortunately, we don't have money, but we try to bridge those gaps and work with the Department of Ag specifically for that. There are schools that are currently mostly on the seacoast that have that capability to bring in fresh fish. In the past, I know that there have been school districts, I believe right here in Concord, that has brought in local beef to make local patties. So it is out there. It's also making that connection and finding that piece for the farmers and local agricultural facilities, because dealing with child nutrition and the amount of food that you might need for it is a little bit different than bringing, 24 servings to a kitchen or a restaurant that might get that local product. So I know that the Department of Ag here, actually in this building, really works closely with the schools on that.
Representative Terry, did you have a question?
Thank you. I'm wondering if we could drill down a little bit more on your response to the question about the implementation date
Sure.
of 2028. In the testimony that's been provided by the sponsor, we have indicated that this specific list of dyes, these colors, are already being banned or in the process of being banned in at least 12 other states. So I'm kind of curious if, in fact, these same food colorings are already being banned or in the process of being banned in at least 12 other states. What would make it particularly challenging for the state of New Hampshire to implement this law by 2028?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I'd have to look at the other states that specifically and do the research on where they're located in the geographic area too. I'm not sure if any of them are in the New England area. And it does make it challenging sometimes for companies or industries to get product to here. So I can't specifically speak to what the other states are doing and how they're able to implement that. Also, if their implementation is a 5-year plan, a 1-year plan, so I can't speak to that.
Oh, so would you be less inclined to be concerned if you knew that 2 of the states are in New England, Connecticut, and Massachusetts?
I would say that that's a great opportunity for us to also work with them and find out how they're doing things and how they're able to meet this regulation. I still would like to stress the importance of, at the local level, how much this would take to get on board. Additionally, food costs could be a factor as well too. And for January of 28, we know that school districts plan their budget a year in advance. And we know that there are some nutrition departments that are struggling currently with the current food costs and the current prices. So I would just keep that in mind as well too.
Thanks. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for, as a former member of Environment and Agriculture, seeing the Food of the Month Club through UNH, or actually being a co-sponsor on Farm to School initiatives that we're working on expanding sort of the buying power that local districts could have, supporting local agriculture and local farms. I applaud you for continuing to have that vision in mind, and I agree that adequate funding in this area is necessary to make that happen. That said, I am also, like Representative Terry, curious to know if there were a more amenable date for implementation that the department would perhaps, if 28 is too soon, when could you entertain an implementation of something similar?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I want to look a little bit more in what the other states are doing and how they're implementing it, and if they have an implementation timeline and time frame. Did they do just a few and then in the next year do another few, and so on and so forth? So I'd have to get back to you on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just recently, actually, I found out that schools can get with the Catholic Charities, the New Hampshire Food Bank, and wondering how much of you are aware of that, and what is the capacity that they can actually help the entire school. I hear they're helping like kids in need, like was it 72 or what, 68 hours?
68 hours of hunger.
So that's it. So I don't know what their capacity is. Maybe we can look at that and get some healthier food.
Thank you for the question. So 68 Hours of Hunger is definitely completely a great program, but completely separate from our federal program. And that is done at the individual local school districts. And that's why some might have it and some might not have the opportunity to have it. But I wouldn't be able to necessarily speak to what that program is and what that entails.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any other pink cards on 577? With that, we'll close the hearing. We will open the hearing on Senate Bill 429 FNA relative to the placement of trauma kits in public schools and making an appropriation therefore. And I recognize Senator Prentice.
Good morning, Chair Noble and committee members of House. I know your education policy. Did I get that? I know we're two groups now, so I'm just always working to make sure that I get it straight. Thank you for having me this morning. This is the third bill that I have introduced over here on the House, so I'm glad we're a little bit ahead of crossover. It makes me feel really efficient, or us all. We should all feel really efficient, so thank you. For the record, my name is Sue Prentice. I'm a state senator from District 5, representing 15 communities, one of which Representative Dry lives in. And by way of background, I'm a longtime EMT and paramedic and have had the opportunity to serve with Representative Dry in the field, as well as I'm the former chief of emergency medical services for the state of New Hampshire and the traumas, and formerly the coordinator for the state's trauma system. And that all means something as to why I'm bringing this bill to you today. Senate Bill 429 would establish a requirement to place tourniquets in schools as a frontline prevention strategy. Now, we've already done this in state buildings, specifically high traffic state buildings. If you look around, not just in the State House complex, but at DMVs, liquor stores, you will see if there's an AED in that cabinet, there's also a tourniquet, and it's there for a reason. Trauma is the leading cause of death in the state of New Hampshire between the ages of 1 and 44. Hemorrhage is one of the mechanisms, one of the ways that people, unfortunately, lose their lives to trauma, whether it's intentional or unintentional, and somebody can bleed out in under 5 minutes. The placement of tourniquets, just like we've done with the placement of automatic external defibrillators, working with putting epinephrine in the front lines, putting Narcan in the front lines, is because we know the public is there before we are and have the opportunity to actually implement these life-saving therapies. Perfect example of the Boston Marathon bombing. We lost lives at the Boston Marathon bombing, but everybody that was transported to a hospital survived. They survived, and many of them, if not all of them, had limb loss because somebody did a makeshift tourniquet. And this goes back even further to the Hartford Consensus when they looked at what happened in Newtown and the horrible bleeding out that took place of victims, the children that were victims of that event. From there, there's been a real push nationwide, and I've been able to proudly partner with folks in New Hampshire to move tourniquets into the position and access to the public, so that if somebody takes a fall and is cut, puts their arm through a glass window, cuts themselves on anything, or is maybe intentionally injured, the first line, if they are bleeding that heavily, is going to be putting a tourniquet. So that's the frontline treatment for this. We know the public can do it. We know they're doing it throughout the country. And so I am just looking and doing like we did with state buildings to move this effort out and spread it around. Being schools is the second place for this to happen. Now, I asked for an appropriation for this, and it doesn't quite match with what the fiscal note from the Department of Safety put together. And so I just want to point this out. These kits can run anywhere from $15 to $22. I'm not suggesting that we put the Department of Safety, I'm not suggesting that we buy the boxes to mount them on the walls. In many places, these already exist, and schools will have places where they want to put these and make them accessible. So we can drive down what their projected cost is and focus around the appropriation, because we can put close to 1,000 kits out into schools through this minimal investment that I've asked for in terms of an appropriation. I'd also like to add that we had success by relying on the Department of Safety's medical team, Emergency Medical Services Office, and State EMS Medical Director, in making the decisions before on where to move these out into our higher traffic state buildings when we did this on the state building side. So we have a mechanism in place for them to say, here's our appropriation, here's how many we can buy, let's work with the schools, who needs what, and let's get them out there. So that is quite simply what I'm bringing before you today. This every ounce of prevention is worth a lifetime of cure. And I'll close my testimony with that. I'm happy to take any questions you might have, and if I don't have the answers, I'll be happy to get them back to you, Chair Noble.
Okay. Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. So if I go in the Wayback Machine here, but I don't think I have to go all that far during my time here. We've had bills for defibrillators in the schools, then a bill to make sure that we had defibrillators that are available at athletic events.
Correct.
So the way I'm reading the bill, there's a trauma kit, there's a single trauma kit, and that it's located within the school building. Would you foresee that there might be any occasion in which a trauma kit might be necessary out on an athletic field? Keeping in mind that we started with defibrillators in the school, then we supplemented with the defibrillators at athletic events. And if we only have one trauma kit, it can't be in two places at once. I don't really, I appreciate the work that you and Representative Dry do, but I'm not really an expert in the field of EMT and what is needed and how quickly it's needed. And I'm not sure under what circumstance. I can understand with a defibrillator with a heart event, coronary event. When it comes to a need for a tourniquet, maybe there's time to run back to the school and get the kit and then bring it out again, even though in many instances what we hear is that seconds matter. Could you just address that question in terms of what we already know about what we've done with defibrillators?
Great. Thank you, Representative Terry, for the question. Happy to address it. So I think one of the things that we learned, one of the things that we have learned is that kits don't do a trauma kit, a tourniquet doesn't, and an AED doesn't do anybody any good if it's locked up somewhere. And one of the most important things that we did as a legislative body around AEDs, which translates into this, is making sure they're accessible. Now, we're going to provide a minimum of one kit, but there's going to be some schools that are going to be bigger and they're going to need more. So there's a little buying power in here, and then working with the schools, they can decide where they want to put them. If an additional requirement needs to be put in place where they are kept with the AED or they are moved out to specific events, that can take place. But what we had a problem with the AEDs where they were being locked up. And so we needed to address that, and we did. And I think that has set the tone for something like this. So to answer your question, we can ask people to do it. We can, I hesitate to say make them do it, but we're going to encourage them by making this available and educating them around it.
Good call. So the intent of the bill is to introduce, by way of encouragement, at least one.
At least one.
But depending on the size of the school and their programs, both within buildings and out of buildings on their campuses, they may very well might want to look into getting a second or a third, depending on the school in the event. Yes.
And thank you. And
I want to be clear.
Yes, and
Okay.
thank you for your statement. And just quickly to follow up, if I may, is that because we can, because we can buy potentially up to 1,000 kits, that's going to be more than what we need. And so for the Department of Safety's team that did this for the AEDs, can look, not only did this for the AEDs, but did this for the tourniquets in state buildings. They can assess the size of the schools and say, one isn't going to fit, say, at Manchester West. They might need 5. So it gives them the opportunity to do that. And a school could say, look, we got this many from the state. Maybe we want to have one in all 4 corners, and we can make these additional purchases. And they are, you can buy these for under $20. I priced these particular out at $22, $23, but we have some buying power here. Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being with me. And I may have 1 or 2 follow-ups.
Sure.
I'll come to you. So first of all, as an ex-paramedic myself, I start with a little bit of partiality here toward, I like the idea. However, having been in the field and taught in the field, my recollection is that tourniquet skills are only taught at the level of EMT and up. So can you speak to who we think is going to be actually qualified to utilize the device at schools?
Thank you, and thank you for your service as a paramedic. Thank you, Representative Belcher, and we welcome you back to the field anytime. So, what we need, well-trained, good paramedics, EMTs and paramedics in the field. So, Luke, when I first started in this, and so I'm going to really date myself here, tourniquets were the last resort. Like, you just didn't do it. Now, because of how evidence in medicine has shown us in emergency medical services that this is a frontline bleeding control therapy, and the members of the public have proven that they can pick these up and put them on quite simply. So you don't have to be, there's no certification required. The Stop the Bleed, which is a national program, and this is kind of like our own New Hampshire Stop the Bleed, encourages and facilitates training for members of the public. And there are there are cards that go with this that says, open this up, put this on, turn this way. So whether somebody just picks it up and knows how to wrap it around or they read the instructions, they're not required to have any training. Anybody can do it. Follow?
Thank you, and thank you for that. And I tend to agree up to a certain point anyway. The next thing I'm looking at here is just based on the reality of how purchases work and how people try to minimize costs, and that's an understandable thing. But the way that this is specifically written, it says contains at least the following items, and it says one tourniquet, one bleeding control bandage. So tourniquet is pretty broad in this. If you wanted to save a lot of money, you might go with a rubber venous tourniquet instead of something like a soft T, which I have in my pocket right now, or a Cat 7 or something like that. So is there maybe a need or a desire that we should look at maybe tightening that up a little bit to require that the tourniquet be something that's approved by some national body like either military or civilian side trauma care?
Thank you, Representative Belcher. Great question. This language in particular, the items that I've included here, I look to what the College of Surgeons promotes through, they don't promote any one particular product, but they say these kits should have at least these items that are in them. And that is the National Stop the Bleed. I think a high bar would be a way to put it. Now, certainly, it wouldn't be a low bar. There would be a floor, like a ceiling and a floor, where it could be just a straight up tourniquet. But this was crafted basically looking at what they recommend and what other states have adopted, because more states are actually doing this and they're doing it in schools. So that's how I started. Thank you. And I'm glad you carry one. Well, thank you. Good for you. Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I know from when I went to AED training at my town hall that if you put an AED on someone who's not in fact having heart problems, it doesn't do a shock on them, the machines, which is, I'm grateful that they wouldn't allow me to accidentally harm someone. I'm curious whether with tourniquets, if someone doesn't have a bleed of that level, if there's a risk if someone puts a tourniquet on unnecessarily while they're, believing someone to be bleeding more than they might be, right? And so this is outside my scope, so I'm just trying to understand medically if there's a risk there.
Thank you, Representative Selig. It's a great question. You're more at risk if you don't put one on than if you do put one on. Okay, so there's nothing, it used to, as I had referenced earlier, it used to be like the last resort, but now we know how this works, and it's going to slow down any level of bleeding, whether it is a life-changing event to even a smaller bleed. You're in a better position to actually stop it and then get them transported than to not do anything at all.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And with the directions that would be put in here, and I see you reference a specific company's documents about Stop the Bleed. Is that written in the way that someone like myself who's, able to jump in an emergency but then will likely pass out, but would be able to follow those directions with really minimal knowledge?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Yes. Any type of material like this there are something like health and safety educators that write them in a way so that they are relatable and translatable to any level, and they come, quite simply also with pictures. But what we are finding is that people don't even have to follow that. This has become so commonplace that they can pick them up and put, know very simply what to do and put one on.
You're welcome. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. The fiscal note indicates that there might be a funding gap of about $27,657, but the bill fortunately allows for public donation for this. Is there a company that you know of that would be willing to donate? And if I'm not wrong, is that also the process that was set up in the AED bill, so somebody could fund that as well, and then you found a funder? Is that same organization willing to help with this?
Thank you for the question. We don't have one particular organization in mind. So to address the funding gap, the way that I wrote this was thinking about kits being placed in with AEDs, or where a school wanted to put it. It didn't necessarily have to be in a, you'll see them in some buildings, they'll have like a bleeding control box on the wall. That's more expensive. I wanted the buying power of being able to purchase more kits, which creates, that gap. That being said, having a fund attached to this would allow for somebody who wanted to give a gift, an organization that wanted to give a gift, if a state agency wanted to write a grant and, from a public funder and bring that money in. This has actually been done before, many years ago, before I was, once again, dating myself. I worked in state government, is when we worked on putting AEDs in every public school in the state. And it was a donation from a family that primarily funded this. So the schools that had AEDs were considered, but we looked at every school that didn't, and were able to take out of this fund and buy AEDs using the power of the state's buying capacity and get one or more in every single school, which led to this, not idea, but this practice in a way that's in the AED bill, and it's in this bill, and it's actually in a fish and game bill that allows for these types of gifts, donations, or grants to be accepted. So it's based on something that actually happened and creates a mechanism to do it. You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Here's my softball question. Since I am teaching presently the Plainfield 8th graders to do this, would you agree that the 911 operator can be a big help in emergency situation to people who don't know what they're doing?
Thank you, Representative Dry. And I actually was just with the director of 911 at a CPR public education event with the Executive Council this morning, training as many members of state government as we could in how to do hands-only CPR in order to save lives. So those directions will be given over the phone. So there's a card in there that tells people what to do, but that's a great question. Somebody dials 911, they have a hemorrhage that they're concerned about, they have access to one of these kits. Even if they didn't have access to a kit, they're going to be instructed on how to control bleeding. So they're going to get that kind of help from 911. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. So yes, a question that I had was like the AED box that is visually there.
Yeah.
I do like that I can walk into, whether it's my town hall or the school, and I see that box and I know that that's where it's at. The trauma kit, I would have to know to either ask for it or understand where it is, or a labeling somehow would have to be clearly identified somewhere. Is that what you're saying, rather than having a box?
Thank you for the question, Representative Murray. I don't think that we should fund the purchase of these boxes. I think we have places that the schools can decide where they want to put them. And you're correct. I mean, it is not just helpful, but it, critical to make, to have them labeled. And I'm finding that most of these places where these are, it'll say, AED, or, or it'll even have a more broad, like, not just first aid kit, but emergency medical kit here. Most of the ones, I was starting to show a trauma kit to a member of the public the other day that was in the State House. And when I went to open the door, I thought, if I open this door to show them that it's in there, I'll set off an alarm. So I did not do it. But there's different ways that these can be labeled so people know where to get them. But if they're dialing 911, they know where the AEDs are because 911 knows where the AEDs are. But an operator is going to say, do you have a tourniquet? Do you have something you can make into a tourniquet? Is one available to you? We have a great statewide 911 system that provides emergency medical dispatch instructions, which is life-saving. Thank you.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On line 3, it says a trauma kit shall be installed and readily available in selected state-owned and state-occupied buildings and in public schools. Can you elaborate on what other state-occupied buildings that are in need of this? And do you have a percentage of schools that are in need of this? Besides, I find it hard to believe that a nurse wouldn't have some of this stuff.
Thank you for the question. So I'm going to flip this around just a little bit. What we found out when we were looking at state-owned buildings, when I first was working to get these in state-owned buildings, that there are a whole host of state-owned properties that are unoccupied or unoccupied for parts of the year. And including like remote, ranger stations or parts of camps that nobody is at except for a pass through someplace else. So we added the language in there, occupied, to be specific, that there had to be some type of traffic that put them on a priority list to get a tourniquet. So for the numbers for schools, some schools have them, some school nurses may have them, some school nurses may not have them. But by providing these, we are we're elevating this topic, the importance of it, and giving them the tools that they need. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Are there any other pink cards on SB 429? With that, we'll close the hearing. We will open the hearing on Senate Bill 575, establishing a study committee to study the issue of school bullying, and I recognize Senator Prentice to introduce the bill for Senator Fenton.
Thank you again, Chair Noble and members of House Education Policy. Again, for the record, my name is Sue Prentice, representing District 5, and I am stepping in today for Senator Donovan Fenton, who represents District 10, which is largely the Cheshire County area. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 575, which would establish a study committee on school bullying. We know that bullying is a serious issue that affects students across New Hampshire. When bullying occurs, it can have devastating consequences on a child's well-being, their academic success, and their ability to feel safe in their school environment. Recent events in Keene have brought this issue to the forefront, with community members expressing deep concerns about whether schools are doing enough to prevent and address bullying. While we cannot make assumptions about the circumstances surrounding any specific tragedy, it is clear that we must do more to ensure that every child feels safe and supported in school. This bill creates a committee to take a deeper look at school bullying in our state, identify best practices for prevention, and consider whether additional legislative action is needed. This is not about assigning blame, but rather about ensuring that our schools have the resources, policies, and training necessary to protect students. The importance of this work cannot be overstated. Across the country, we have seen the profound and sometimes tragic impact of bullying. We must take a proactive approach here in New Hampshire to understand the scope of the issue and explore meaningful solutions. I urge the committee to support this legislation so that we can take the necessary steps to protect our students and foster safer, more inclusive learning environments. Thank you for your time. I do welcome questions. I am not Senator Fenton. I'll do my best, and if not, I will have him respond back to you, certainly. So thank you, Chair Noble and committee members.
Thank you. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. We've seen a lot of study committees and commissions come forward, and they reference the one back in 1993 or the one in that. Do you know if there have been any like this in the recent or near recent past?
If I remember correctly, I don't know if it's a study committee, but, first of all, thank you, Representative Dry, for your question. Representative McDonald, didn't you bring something about bullying to Senate Education in the last few years?
May I answer that?
Sure.
Yes, it was not a study committee.
Okay.
It was related to intra-district bullying or cross state lines, and that did become law.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it just hit me that I had seen you, and that was the matter of discussion. So, Representative Dry, I don't know which law, referring back, we do have a foundational law for bullying. And we did hear testimony in Senate Education yesterday. Senate HHS is my committee today, about a more comprehensive bullying package that's come out of, and I believe you are the prime sponsor of that bill. You're on that?
I'm on it.
Okay, so we did hear testimony about this yesterday, and the study committee was referred to as one of the options. Do we move ahead with the bill as written that's come over from the House, or do we pause and work through a study committee considering all of the history and other work that's been done around bullying? I mean, I have no policy specific position since we just heard this yesterday, but it was interesting that one of the schools that came forward said they're all for making changes, and being one of the problems, it sounds like, is that these are not being reported. The difference between harassment and the line between harassment and bullying is blurred in a way that cases that could be considered bullying are not being reported in the manner that they need to. And so there was a suggestion that a study committee may be able to help get at that to provide more clarity. Again, I don't have a position at this time where we just heard this bill yesterday.
Any other questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just thinking back because I had a study committee looking at restorative justice models for youth, which revealed a lot of components associated with school bullying as some of the causes for a lot other student misbehavior at times. And so, the other thing that became clear during my study committee was that this is not exclusive to public schools or even public charter schools, but to schools across the board. And I'm just curious whether the study committee would be looking at all sorts of schools in the state, not just specifically public and public charter schools.
It's a great question. I don't have the legislation in front of me at the moment, but my answer is yes. And I'll confirm back with Senator Fenton. I mean, we do know that this is not, thank you, Representative Sully, for the question. We know that this is not just a public school issue, that it's in all sorts of school. It can be in any school setting where this takes place. So it would be best, and sometimes that's why a study committee is necessary, is it provides that formal structure to formally bring stakeholders in, to look at what's happened in the past and make sure that, is it just this one place we want to go, or does this need to be more broad-based? Okay? You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Noble. Have a great day.
You too. Any,
Good morning, Chairman.
morning.
Sorry for not putting in my pink card. I was maybe not going to testify, but I'm going to just clean up a couple of things that were mentioned from the hearing yesterday and try to tie up some loose ends. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We have testified on House Bill 131, which I think was what Senator Prentice was referencing, both in this committee and in the Senate. I think the pieces that would be helpful to consider in terms of supporting this particular bill about the bullying study committee would be to clean up a couple of the things that have come up repeatedly with some of the other bullying bills in the past, and those that are still currently moving right now, which is trying to do the dance and identify the difference between bullying investigations, founded bullying, harassment investigations, founded episodes of harassment, how those are reported and who they are reported to try to clean that all up and get some common understanding about that. There's a lot of confusion about the difference between whether schools are reporting founded incidences of bullying versus every incident that is reported prior to an investigation. And I think trying to delineate the difference between those two things. There's also a lot of confusion about how harassment is being reported. Right now it's done under the Safe Schools Act, founded episodes of harassment versus reports of harassment. The way people are using the terms bullying and harassment, whether or not they're actually, at the end of the day, found to meet the criteria that are in the New Hampshire law for both of those things. Separately, some discussion around how to craft the negligence language that is in the bullying statute now versus what's been proposed in other bills this session and past bills. There's a lot of ambiguity around that and confusion about those standards, and that, I believe, is what held up some of the agreement last year with the Committee of Conference that was focused on bullying bills, was a disagreement about what kind of negligence standard should be in there for private rights of action. And then, again, just defining the term bullying. Here in New Hampshire, our definition of what meets the bullying standard is different than other states. So there's always a lot of confusion about people saying, well, this should count as bullying. Sometimes it does not, because our definition is different. So I think for all of these reasons and all of the reasons we have bills every year around bullying, having a study committee to really look at some of these things and vet out what it is that people want to talk about in terms of reporting, but also how to address it, I think would be something that we would support at the School Boards Association. I'm happy to take any questions.
I just have a comment, because I wasn't able to be there yesterday. I'm happy to do a study. I'd like to see us go both avenues, though. I think we need to make some kind of change that needs to be discussed this year, because parents are getting frustrated, and every year more and more kids are being pulled out of schools because of this reason, because it's not being addressed. So I'd like us to find something that we could address this year. Just a comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Noble. Is there a question? Would you like my thoughts on that? Okay.
I mean, if you have suggestions that if there's something that you think that this is not clear or.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. I appreciate being asked. I think my opinion about this particular issue is I understand there are I would never want to minimize anyone's individual situation around the issues of bullying, or any student that is experiencing that. I will also say, I think a lot of the frustration comes from misunderstanding and a lack of clarity around what people say is bullying versus what rises to the level of a founded bullying issue in a school district currently. I don't believe that school districts are intentionally doing anything to not follow the bullying law. That being said, I think that there's a lot of times where people feel like nothing is being done. Sometimes there are lots of issues with, especially middle school, high school age, normal adolescent behavior lends itself to an opportunity for kids to be mean to each other, for a lot of things to happen. Not all of those rise to the level of a founded bullying situation. That doesn't mean that they're not being dealt with. But again, I think there's part of the reason there's so much frustration is because there's so much ambiguity, and there's not been a concerted effort to really look at all of those things and really make sure that everything is working together. But that's just my personal opinion.
Thank you. Representative Terry.
So I just want to be clear, with respect to the specific language of this bill, it appears to be, it does not appear to be prescriptive or restrictive, but enabling, such that what I believe I'm hearing from you would certainly fall within the scope of concerns that you would want addressed by the committee. And that the concerns that you have articulated over the course of the last several minutes would in no way be adversely impacted by the language of this bill, correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Terry. I feel that those would be appropriate things to talk about in the study commission, yes, to try to get some clarity. And having sat in front of this committee and others over the last several sessions, when bullying has come up repeatedly for different reasons and different lenses, I believe a study committee would allow those things to be addressed in a way that would be a concerted effort where everybody was on the same page. So yes, I feel like this would be helpful in that way.
I thought so, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. So I just want to clarify, this is a study committee, not a study commission. So therefore, we've got members of the House and Senate assigned to the committee. But do you see educational partners and members of the Department of Education voluntarily choosing to join the study committee to add their voices or being invited by the committee to help collaborate on this?
Thank you for the question, Representative Selig. That certainly would be up to the committee and the committee chair, I think, to invite those people. I think given some of the concerns that have come up over the past about how bullying is reported to the Department of Ed, what is reported, how it's getting there, I think talking to people who are in charge of receiving those reports would be important, but that would certainly be up to the chair of the study committee, not up to me.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So in the meantime, we would like something to be done. Do you think maybe a technical advisory from the department going out to schools with a better definition of founded bullying and reporting and steps to take might be helpful?
Thank you for the question, Representative Cornell. There is a technical advisory already from the Department of Ed to school districts about their bullying policy and what needs to be included in their bullying investigation policy. That already exists. Every district has a bullying investigation policy. It's JICK. There are a number of other policy pieces of that, including a copy of the reporting form, investigation form, a copy of the process, and things like that. I think from my understanding and my experience with the multiple bills over the last several sessions, districts are reporting appropriately to the department founded bullying incidences. What's not being reported is the number of times people are coming to the office, for lack of a better term, and saying this kid is being bullied. We don't report that. We don't report every time a child somebody says something to an administrator that needs to be investigated. I'm not sure. That's where I think there's a lot of confusion. People are saying, nobody is reporting this or nothing is being done. If what people want is every time something is brought to someone at the office before there's any investigation or before there's any discussion, that's a completely different standard than what's being reported now. Districts are reporting founded bullying incidences as they meet the law currently. But again, they're not saying how many investigations total versus how many are founded, but that's not what's asked right now. So I think that's where there's a lot of misunderstanding about what is happening.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. On the bullying, or basically anything regarding the law in the Department of Education, do the superintendents, do you know if the superintendents get together either yearly or bi-yearly so they can kick around different incidences and discuss what works, what doesn't work, what is the law regarding that, and how to best handle this situation?
Thank you for the question, Representative Nato. I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of the superintendents as a group. I will say I think there's a lot of collegiality. I also think in these particular situations, student privacy is very important. So I don't know to what extent people would be talking about individual incidences with a larger group of people who aren't involved. However, I do think that one of the themes that repeatedly comes up with these bullying bills or bills to address bullying and harassment in school is talking about what people feel are appropriate consequences, for lack of a better term, for when these things are happening. And again, I think everyone has a different opinion on what's an appropriate consequence in these situations and what is going to really lead to behavior change for students versus what is punishment, and where's the line on those two things, what's the most helpful. I think that people have tried over the last several sessions to come to some sort of agreement about what is the right way to quote unquote handle these things. But I do think that would be helpful for a study commission to be able, or a committee to be able to talk about those different lenses and talk about what does have a lasting impact on actually reducing these incidences over time.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Sorry, one other question that came to mind, and thank you for taking my additional question, is do you think the study committee would also be able to look at incidences where parents or other members of the public bully school children either in person or online, and how that might get addressed, whether through school systems or the judicial process?
Thank you for the question, Representative Selig. I do believe that there are already some statutes that address, for example, staff-student bullying or harassment and those kinds of things. Again, what the committee decides to study, on line 9, it basically says they shall study school bullying and means to prevent it. So I think that's a pretty wide open option, and it would be up to the committee, I think, to determine what that means. If that was a piece of it, I think that would certainly be within the purview of the bill the way that it's written now.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jerry, are you coming up?
Morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I hadn't planned to speak on this bill, but wanted to address Representative Nato's question. Jerry Frew, Associate Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. With regards to the question that Representative Nato had, the superintendents meet regionally once a month to discuss all hot topics as part of the standing monthly agenda. So issues that are presenting in one district are discussed with a number of superintendents on a regular basis. In addition to that, we have statewide meetings and trainings. We have particular training days through professional learning throughout the course of the year. We have statewide meetings where we invite a variety of professionals in to discuss things such as restorative practices and other opportunities. So I just wanted to ensure this body that the superintendents talk about those topics, feeding kids, tax caps, all the things on a regular basis. It's quite entertaining.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Any other pink cards? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to House Education Policy. I am not going to put a time limit on today's testimony because I really don't like cutting people off. That's one of the worst things about this job. However, I just ask that you be respectful. We do have quite a few people here. Just be respectful of everybody's time. If we need to, we will have to cut it off at 4:30 because they do lock the doors here at 5. And if there are still people here, we will have a continuation hearing. And with that, we will open the hearing. Oh, very sorry. This closer. So I said I will have to cut at 4:30. If there are still people here, we'll have to have a continuation hearing probably next week. And I'm not going to put a time limit on today's testimony, so I just ask that you be respectful of everybody's time when you're up here. And with that being said, I will open the hearing on SB 101-FN, authorizing parents to enroll their children in any public school in the state and creating a limited exemption from parental consent required for, is that still on here? Yes, it is. Consent required for certain recordings under the Parental Bill of Rights. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm going to ask some indulgence. Okay. So what I'd like to do is I'll read an opening statement. It'll take me about a minute and a half. Sure. And then I'm not going to speak to the original bill as much as I'm going to be speaking to this amendment 1271 because it replaces all the core components of the bill. And what I'd ask is as we go through the amendment, we'll do it page by page. We'll open up the page, we'll explain what page 1 does, and then we can open it for questions and then go to page 2, open it for questions, rather than bounce all over the place and talk 1 minute about funding and next minute about capacity and another minute back to funding. We'll try to keep our questions in line if that works. And I'd ask that Mark from Department of Education, who helped me with this language, join me here at the table.
Sure. I do have a few more copies of the amendment if anybody else is looking for a copy. Okay.
So I'll again begin. So for too long, a child's educational destiny has been decided by one single factor, their zip code. We tell families that education is a key to opportunity, yet we force them to attend a school based on an arbitrary geographical boundary, rather than where the child will truly thrive. Today, I'm here to advocate for a solution that empowers families and improves education for everyone, open enrollment. Open enrollment is not about destroying public education. It's about strengthening them by making it more responsive. It simply means allowing students to transfer to a traditional public school outside their assigned district if there is capacity and as required or decided by the local school board. Imagine a child's being bullied in their assigned school, or a student who desperately wants advanced STEM courses that their home district doesn't offer. Open enrollment acts as a release valve for opportunity, giving these families the freedom to choose a safe, high-performing environment that meets their child's needs. It breaks down the barriers that prevent children from accessing better futures just because of their zip code. But the benefits extend beyond the individual families. When schools have to compete for students, they innovate. Open enrollment creates strong incentives for all districts to improve their programs, engage more with parents, and provide better services. It transforms schools from a complacent educational monopoly into a competitive, quality-driven educational environment. And let's be clear, open enrollment keeps public education funding in traditional public schools. It allows families to find a traditional school that fits their child's unique needs, preventing from having to look towards private or public charter school alternatives. Research shows that over 1.6 million students nationwide are already using open enrollment to better educational options for their children. It's time for us to embrace this change. Let's empower parents to be the drivers of their child's education. Let's support policies that favor opportunity over zip code. let's support open enrollment. And with that, we'll turn to the bill itself. So in the bill, we'll start on page 1. Again, this is with the exception of two definitions that were needed to change on the original bill, which will stay section 1 and 2. That's needed, and it has to do with addresses and those kind of things. We'll jump into the definitions needed for true open enrollment. Right. So in here, probably the first big issue is the first one, capacity. And draw your attention to line 12. Capacity shall be determined by the governing body of the school district. Local control. Schools still get to set how many kids come into their district. They don't get to control how many go out, because we're going to allow parents' choice to go where they think is best for their child. But schools can control how many come in to their district. The rest of them are definitions. If anybody has a question on any of those definitions, Mark here has any other comments he wants to make on definitions.
Yeah, I think the concept of capacity gets explained a little bit further in the bill. But the way to think about capacity is every school district needs to prepare for students who might come in mid-year. So that's a part of having capacity. So the way to think about it is you have the students currently utilizing your services, and then you build capacity to utilize for more students to potentially come into the district and utilize more services. So that's your capacity. Open enrollment is going to be a portion of that excess capacity that governing bodies are going to elect, and you'll see this later in the bill, that are going to elect to allocate for open enrollment slots. So you have utilization, students using your services, using school district capacity. You have your full capacity, which is the maximum amount you would want to allow. And then the open enrollment is the slice of that capacity that you're going to open up for open enrollment slots. And then just to go further, the 306 standards is the max. You can't exceed the 306 standards, so you can't have more than 30 students in a classroom. Now you're out of compliance with the minimum standards. So you want to think of utilization, open enrollment capacity, total capacity, and then you would have the 306 standards, which would be at the top end. So hopefully that clarifies that.
So and we're going to talk a little bit more about capacity on the next page. So this is just the definition to make sure while we're talking about capacity throughout the bill, you understand what the definition is.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wanting to make sure, are you testifying on behalf of the department, or are you just testifying in support of language? What is your role right now?
Thank you for the question. Mark Maynell, Bureau of School Finance. I'm here for technical assistance. So I just thought I could jump in there and explain that. So
again, I worked as a department head on this amendment, and that's why they're here to explain some of the language as well. So no questions on page 1. We'll jump to page 2, which is we start getting to the meat of the bill. I will state that, and the reason this amendment came forward is I met with over 40 principals and superintendents in discussions in the last 3 months on this topic. And this amendment is in response to them, right? The things I heard. We heard about what I call the big 4 discussion points, or funding, capacity, transportation, and effective date. And this bill takes all those conversations I had on those 4 topics and brings them into this bill. So we'll jump right into capacity. If you look at line 5 there, number 2, right? Again, the governing body of each school district shall determine its capacity of each school in the district, including the capacity for each grade level, technical and career education programs, and other academic programs with enrollment limitations. So again, the goal here is I may have a 5th grade that has, I could take 10 new students into that grade, not have to hire a single teacher. And what the school district has to do is they have to first identify that we have room in this grade level for how many, without having to increase costs, how much is available. And then they have to decide what portion of that capacity, that total capacity, do they want to assign for open enrollment slots. Again, completely up to the local school board to make that decision. If they decide they have 10 open seats in the 5th grade and they want to allot 5 to open enrollment, leave 5 for students that might move in, that's completely within that local board's control to do that. So that's how we define capacity for open enrollment purposes. Again, number 3 just talks about, again, local control, about setting those capacities. And then as we scroll down to page 2, around line 25, we start talking about the admissions policy and why schools can deny. A school cannot deny because you're a special education student, you're whatever the problem they see. There are only limited reasons they can issue a denial. And it's right there on line 26. There are 5 items there. Again, pupils, and these are mays, not shalls. Again, when we're thinking about kids that are in schools that aren't working for them, there's probably an increased chance for truancy, for not showing up at school and not being there. So that may come out in the conversation that they have with the parent, and the reason the kid's been struggling to attend school is because he doesn't like the school he's attending. And by changing schools, that could possibly change. So these are not shalls, they're just mays and considerations. But there shall be no, again, the application for enrollment may be denied for the following reasons, and it lists some denial reasons that are in there. And then as we get to the bottom, we have the application process. What I heard from superintendents, they were concerned that every week they're going to be processing open enrollment applications. And this could be problematic, and I agree, it'd be problematic from an administrative burden. And so we said that they're allowed to set their own criteria for administrative enrollment periods, except it must be at least twice a year. Again, the idea being thinking semester changes. The beginning of the semester in September, they'd have it open, and then before January, when they change over to the second half of the school year, they would open it again. That would be at a minimum. We don't define it. We let them make the decisions on that. They may do July and December, whatever, but we let them make that decision. So that's page 2, big changes in there: capacity, local control, denials, and application process. Mark, do you want to add anything?
Nope.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I heard you earlier state that you said that you would not allow districts to regulate the number of students out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what happens to all of the endeavors from town meeting that have happened thus far, all of the legislative process that's happened at the local level?
It would all be changed.
Okay.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, welcome. Thank you. Mark, welcome back again. If I have 2 questions, but they're 2 different parts. Senator, on the question that deals with denial, you talk about a student that has a documented history of significant discipline issues. Can you tell me what that means? I mean, how significant, how depth, what grade level, what are we talking?
Sure, absolutely. So again, when we were all in school, like, don't make me put it on your permanent record, right? And so that conversation is what we're talking about, is schools keep track of disciplinary problems. When a kid is in a fight, when a kid has a problem, when he's sent from the teacher's office to the teacher's classroom to the vice principal's office, those records are kept and they can be reviewed. And if there's a significant problem, if there's a violence problem, a school shouldn't be forced to take a student that has continuing fight, continually creates fights in schools. So it's that kind of thing that would allow them to be able to look at what those problems are. I don't have an exhaustive list, and that's why it's written the way it is. And again, remember, this is a may, not a shall. So school boards get to evaluate, or the superintendents get to evaluate those and decide whether or not they think it's a big enough problem that they don't want to take it into their school or not.
Follow up, ma'am.
Follow up.
Thank you. I just have a concern, Senator, where there's no definition for significant. Having been a school administrator and dealing with youngsters who are disciplined, going back to your statement that youngsters often may not be successful because they don't like the school they're in or they're bored, typically that turns into discipline issues.
And that's why it's a may and not a shall.
But the issue of the discipline, the history, is cumulative, although going back on what you said as a criteria that students aren't successful there because they're bored, those 2 things go together. So it's almost like one outweighs the other here. Makes me concerned about that particular section. And one more, if I may, Ms. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. The other question I have, Senator, is when a youngster enrolls in a school, are they for the full term, for the full day piece? I guess what I'm trying to get to, Senator, is may a youngster enroll for a class? Like, I want to take a class in career tech, advanced career tech welding. I think it's a terrific program. Can they just enroll, open enrollment for that particular course, or do they have to open enroll for the whole day?
I'm going to let Mark answer this, but I'm going to just make one statement. We already allowed that, right? So there is a 0.15, 15% payment that can be made by the Department of Education for students that take classes. We do it for homeschooling and other places where a student can enroll in for just one course because it's usually a technical course. It's usually physics or science or welding in your particular example. So we already allow that, if I'm not mistaken. So we would just continue to follow. They wouldn't fall under open enrollment. They fall under the other policy. But I'll let Mark see if I just said that wrong.
No, that's yeah. I would you're attending an open enrolled school. You need to be at that school because you want to be there. You've applied to be in that school, so you're going to be at that school the full instructional day. So I don't envision this to being a class by class program. This would be you are enrolled in that school.
Sure. Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is also around sort of the exclusionary topics from line 25 on page 2 to line 30. Do you believe that this could potentially open the door for FERPA issues coming forward, previewing a student's record maybe with regard to health or other needs, and predetermining why a student could or could not be disallowed may inadvertently violate some of their privacy rights?
So again, no more so than a student who would move from one district to another, just in a full-blown move. You'd be allowed to look at the previous record as a school administrator. So there's no change in that policy at all. That would be the same as it currently is for when a kid moves from one school district to another and you send the school records forward. Those same administrators have the same access.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. This is actually a question for the chair, just seeing how many people are standing in the room. And I don't know whether it's appropriate to see if they can have an overflow room for people to sit and observe. I'm seeing people sitting on the floor in other spaces. And I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of how much space we're taking up currently. So that.
Okay, I did not see anybody sitting on the floor, but now I do.
If you have a chair open next to you, raise your hand.
Yeah, so there are chairs. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mark, this is for you, I'm guessing. Just then I'll probably pass it to you. Looking at line 32, the last word is for the program. Are we talking, in that term, are we talking open enrollment program or a program of the school?
Yeah, so you probably a program within a school. I would imagine that's how to interpret that.
So may I follow up?
If I can just time that up again. So again, I'm going to give an example. At Winnisquam Regional, we have a CT, we have a CNC program, we have a machinist program there, but it requires certain math classes in order to be in it. So if a student applied for that program and they don't have the math classes, they wouldn't necessarily have to be accepted to the program for that reason.
May I? But under the technical advisor just now from Mark, he said the program returns to the open enrollment program.
No, the program, so we have a school, it's an open enrollment school, and then we have a program within a school. So that's how I'm reading this.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for you, I guess, Mark. Given the fact that on line 11 on page 2, it's charging the district with publishing its open enrollment capacity, but is there any requirement for them to communicate that number to you all in regards to what is available?
There is later on in the bill.
Okay, so I guess maybe I'll hold my question until then.
So again, this is one of the areas where I heard from superintendents originally in the original bill, this was once every month. And they felt that was overly burdensome, so we struck it down to 2 times a year, which we felt was manageable. And again, this is to allow a parent who, if I'm in the Winnisquam School District, I'm thinking about sending my kid over to Laconia School District, I got to see if they have classes available. Do they have any open enrollment? So it required the school district to have a spot on their website where a parent could go look and say, oh, this is a school I could apply to because there is room in the 5th grade for my child. So that's the reason for that. But I did reduce the administrative burden from once every month to just twice a year.
Follow up?
Thank you. So then this would not account for additional students who may move into the district throughout the year? If this is just with regard to open enrollment or any capacity?
So thank you for the question again. So the idea is they will define the capacity they have and how many seats are available for open enrollment. What is the open enrollment capacity? Understanding that in that window of time between the first posting and the second posting. There may be students, when a parent calls, they may have to say, we posted in January or July that we had 6 openings, we only have 2 left. Right, so they would, in a phone call in the application process, that would come out, and then they would renew the number at the next half of the year.
Okay, I guess we'll continue on, or unless there's any, sorry, Representative Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you briefly go over the cost of this? I know I get questions about money leaving the town. Could you please go over that for everybody, please?
We can hold that for the next page. That's funding. And on the next page, we'll jump right into it, and I'll explain the funding mechanism if there's no more questions on page 2. Seeing none, I'll move over to page 3. So again, the top of this talks, again, just a little bit about the application process. One of the things that I was really concerned about was a child who moves into an open enrollment school, and you have natural transition periods, elementary school to middle school to high school. I felt it was extremely important that priority be given to students that are already in a classroom to matriculate with their friends. And so you'll see on line 14, that in the admission preferences, they'll prioritize enrollment for pupils matriculating with the same cohort. And what that means is I get to stay with my 8th grade class. If I'm moving to the high school as an open enrollment, I get priority seating, and I get to stay with my class, because that's important to a child's learning and its socialization. So you'll see through this entire top half of the page, all the way through number 14 there, we're just talking about the application process and the priorities and lottery process that goes on there. Again, leaving a lot of it to the school district, but putting down some basic criteria as well for applications. Then we move into number 15. Again, this is one of the conversation points I had with superintendents was bus routes. In the original bill, it just says that a parent could drop their child off at the closest bus route to their house, basically, and be able to use the receiving district's bus transportation to get in. One of the concerns was that that bus may be full, and there is no available capacity on that bus, which happens. I've served on a school board. I know what we do with bus routes, and we metric and monitor that. And so this just says that if the bus route doesn't have any capacity, the school district will give them the next closest bus route that does have capacity. Going down to number 16, this is where we talk about transfer ability. How often can you change schools? And the answer is once a year. Is you can change into an open enrollment school. If you don't like that school, the only place you get to go back to is your resident district again, and you can try again next year. We didn't want kids bouncing all over the state and all over different school districts. So this is again, limiting factor to try to mitigate administrative costs for people moving all around. Parent may think it's a good idea. The child moves into the district, and it's still problematic. And so they want to come back to their resident district. We're going to allow that. Now we get into the fun part. Line 25 on page 3, which is funding. So probably the biggest complaint we all heard.
Yep. Sure, Representative Selly.
Thank you so much. So you talked about students matriculating with their classes. So let's say that my school district had capacity in the middle school. And so 3 slots were set aside for open enrollment, and you happen to have gotten 1 for the 8th grade class. But our 9th grade cohort is full because we have tuition agreements with other districts. So does that mean that you were able to go as an 8th grader to open enrollment to our district, but there is no capacity for you as a 9th grader, so you are just out of luck and it doesn't matter that you wish you could stay there?
Sure. So a couple things on that. When I was at Winnisquam, we had one weird 4th grade bump class that was significantly larger than all the other classes. And as that moved through, it changed the way we allocated resources. Once we went from 4th graders to 5th graders and 5th graders to 6th graders, 6th graders, in the middle school, it changed the way we modified. This still allows for that. Right? This still allows for this modification by the local school board. If they determine, in theory, if there was room in the 8th grade, and the 8th grade now becomes a 9th grade, still same number of students that are in there, there should be, in theory, capacity. However, if there's no open enrollment seats, there's no open enrollment seats, they can move the child out. What this says is that if there is open enrollment seats, priority will be given to students to stay in their cohort.
May I ask a follow-up as well? Follow-up? Thank you. And in terms of the busing issue, like I know in our district, we are desperately as a statewide short of bus drivers and bus routes. So the bus routes are packed, right? So if there is no capacity on any of the bus routes, what happens?
The parent could drop them off right at the school. That would be their obligation. Again, if you read on line 18, it says a parent may provide transportation to a bus stop on an existing route with capacity. If there's no capacity, then they have to drop them off at the school.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. I think we're already into the financial aspects, starting on lines 15 of page 3.
I didn't get the chance to explain it yet, so I wanted to do that first.
Oh, well, we're talking about busing.
Yeah.
So this is where I wanted to circle back kind of and talk about the funding implication to students with disabilities who need transportation to attend a school and may, in their district of residence, already have transportation provided to them under that mechanism. If they are then choosing a school outside of the district and you are disallowing neither the sending or receiving school to provide transportation and leaving that up to the parents, where does that leave the student?
So thank you for the question. Again, as clear as the bill, the parent gives up the right to transportation by moving to an open enrollment school. So that's a parent's decision, and that's where it goes. If they want to maintain transportation costs, they have to stay within their own resident district.
Any other questions before we get into?
So funding. Let's jump into the big one, which is probably where everybody got the most questions and the most screaming about, was funding. When I originally did this, it was that 100% down to 80% possible funding mechanism, which would have transferred local tax dollars from one town to another town. I heard loud and clear that was not a very good idea. But then I came to realize we already have a public school process for this. It's called charter schools. When a student leaves a traditional public school and goes to a charter public school, we have funding mechanism already in place for how that acts and what happens with that. I just repurposed all of the language. And it's now we're treating our open enrollment schools just like charter schools for the purpose of funding. Still public school to public school, no local dollars move anywhere. Only thing that moves is the same exact thing and the same exact responsibilities with the charter school. In reality, so pragmatic, if you do averages, because it's the easiest way for us to deal with things, is instead of highs and lows, because then you just argue over which one you're going to pick. If we just use averages, on average, the cost of the funding for a traditional public school student is around $6,800 and change. So say $7,000. On average, the cost for a charter school is around $9,000. So there is a cost to the state. Only, no municipal cost. There is a cost to the state, an additional cost. They have about $2,000-ish per student. If you look at the math on it, again, the history, I use Reason Foundation, which tracks lots of open enrollment processes across the country, not just in New Hampshire. In the first year, the average uptake is between 1% and 2%. So on 150,000 students, we're talking between 1,500 and 3,000 students would take advantage of open enrollment. If you multiply, I'll use the top end. We use 3,000 students at $2,000 a piece. That's a $6 billion cost per year to the state. Not hiding from that. I'm not shying from that. That is the number it's going to cost the state if we choose the open enrollment model. But being on Ways and Means in the Senate, where I'm the chair, and being on Finance, where I wrote the education funding formula, I know we ended last year with an education trust fund balance over $100 million. We also are in surplus status right now already year to date on the education trust fund. So the education trust fund can easily absorb a $6 billion hit to its annual budget with in allowing parents this choice. So there is a cost to it, but again, we're using straight public school to public school transfers that we have now. The difference is instead of being traditional to charter, it's traditional to traditional just outside the district. And there's no parental tuition.
Representative Pedernal.
Sorry, I was trying to think of how to phrase my question. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Lang, for taking my question. So when we're talking about the funding, we're really not going to lose, the state isn't necessarily going to lose money because the adequacy aid is going to be following the student, right?
It's only the differential between what a traditional public school would get and what a charter school gets is about a $2,000 difference.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't see a financial note or a description of the funding mechanism. You're talking about a lot of complexity that I know about from just base adequacy.
Really why Mark is here.
Yes, I'm wondering if you have something printed that really spells it out, because I'm trying to absorb all of the financial information that's being presented here in words. It's much easier to see it.
So it's typically when we don't, obviously it's indeterminable, we don't know. Typically we don't know where the students are going to come from. So we don't have an official fiscal note because it has to pass one chamber of the House, or you have to adopt this policy for us to do the fiscal note process. I've been trying to map out what it might cost. I'm drawing similar conclusions. I'm using a different methodology than Senator Lang, but in reality, it's going to be a net cost of several $1 million if we have 1% uptake. So that is going to be the predicted, or if we have 1% uptake, the predicted financial cost. It's going to depend on where the student's coming from. So if they come from a charter school to an open enrollment school, the net cost is zero because it's the exact same grant. If they come from a district to an open enrollment school, their resident district to an open enrollment public school, it's going to depend on where they come from. And that's where I'm unsure yet. We could use the state average like Senator Lang has done. I'm going to, if you adopt this policy through the House and bring it on to finance, I'm going to try to get more precise with my actual calculation, but essentially it's going to cost several millions of dollars, net cost to the state of several millions of dollars. But it depends on where the students won the uptake and where the students are going to come from, which we don't know.
Okay, just a quick follow-up, please.
Follow-up.
So I imagine that when we go through this process, and you're saying it would have to pass the House for us to get more detailed financial information, is that correct?
Yeah, pass the policy committee, correct.
Pass the policy committee. And then traditionally, it would go to the finance committee, the House Finance Committee, which would go through this in more great detail. However, just from my own knowledge, I know that some schools are towns that keep their swept.
Yes.
Is this one of the issues
that would be one of the very good question. That's one of the variables. So if you went from an excess swept community to an open enrollment school, the cost to the state would be $9,500. But if you went from a community that receives a lot of targeted aid and you helped accelerate that targeted aid, and then you went to an open enrollment school, that had a net savings to the state. So we'd have to predict or kind of model where we think the students are coming from to actually forecast the cost. So Senator Lang's rough math works to understand probably the ramifications, which is several millions of dollars in net cost.
It's good because, I mean, there's an awful lot of complexity in the financials that you're presenting here that we're just getting a look at right now.
Again, the idea, as is a typical policy, it would go in front of, after this policy committee passed it, the financial committee would take a look at it next to see whether the state can afford it and would get all those accurate numbers. I used, as Mark and I discussed, I used my average modeling numbers because that's the easiest. Some are going to be lower, some are going to be higher. But if you just use the average, again, it's between $6 and $7 million per year.
And I just want to point out that on occasion, we have had bills that pass out of our policy committee and make it to the House floor, and they don't always get taken up by the House Finance Committee. The Finance Committee has the option to waive, and that has happened several times.
Before we take any more questions, there is an overflow room in room 229 if anyone would like to head there. This room could get quite hot. So what I'll do is announce who's on deck. There will be a little bit of a delay in that room. I'll announce who's on deck for the next speaker.
So, Madam Chair, the one thing I would just say about the charter schools funding model is this is a vetted and tried model. We've had it for over a decade in charter schools and using it. So this isn't a new model. This isn't something that I just made up. It's something that we've used consistently for over a decade to do our charter schools. It's just a matter about finding out. The hardest part about a program like this is you don't know what the uptake looks like and what districts have the uptake. And so it's hard to do an absolute to the dollar type of funding model. So using averages is the best way to get there. And like I said, I'm being honest, I'm not hiding from it. This is a $6 million, a year for a 2% uptake or more.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator, for taking my question. As you know, charter schools are governed by a different set of laws than our traditional public schools. So in addition to the conversation around regular funding, where you're talking about a roughly $2,000 cost to the state, there are other needs that come with students, sometimes with regard to special education services. If a student is leaving one district where their needs are being met and seek to enroll in another district for a program offering or some other academic criteria that is enticing to them, and needs additional support entering that district, whose responsibility is that to make sure that a program has those services available to them?
So again, thank you for the question. Again, we use the exact charter school funding model and charter school model for special education. I didn't try to look to reinvent how we deal with special education. I dealt with it the same exact way. A public school transfer, how we handle it now is the local district's responsible. If you go from a local traditional school to a charter school, the local resident district's still responsible. In this model, it stays the same exact way. I did not reinvent the wheel relative to special education. I kept it in our traditional model that we've used for over a decade.
Representative McDonald. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Maganello. The bottom of page 3 regarding the town tuition agreements. Does this void agreements where the district pays like a base level and the parent pays the rest by saying that there's no tuition charge to parents, or are those tuition agreements still going to upstand?
So this language is put in specifically because of tuition agreements that already exist in some districts. We're not looking to override open enrollment. We don't want some school that's now subject to a tuition agreement cancel the tuition agreement and use open enrollment instead. And so this language is put in there. So I use Croydon, which was the one I heard the most about, where they have a significant number of tuition agreements. As you know, you have, and there's a phrase for it, Mark, you can help me. What's the phrase for a school of absolute choice? Or
School record, the school of record.
So even in Croydon, they have a school of record, which means that there has to be a choice for a parent to go to a school with no tuition costs. And this maintains that, right? Maintains that record. So that's what that language is for, is to say that schools can't get out of existing contracts.
Okay. May I have a follow-up? So am I hearing you correctly? The bill honors that agreement made locally, and this isn't the state trying to override local control?
Absolutely. That does not change that.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, I'm going back. You're ahead of me. I'm still on page 2. My question goes back to the special ed youngster that we talked about a minute ago. Under your prerequisite on page 2 is talking about a youngster should not be line 33 and 34 not receive positively to open enrollment in school just because they happen to have special needs, which is terrific. Then we asked about the transportation for that, and I think Mark said that the resident district, is that correct? The resident district responsible for paying for the special needs, or you did, as in the charter school. But when we talked about transportation, you said that the transportation for the special needs youngster is the responsibility of the parent. So if a youngster, which makes sense in the easy figure, but in more depth, if a youngster is going from a school now that the school, resident school, picks up the youngster at their home and takes them to point A. And you're saying, however, that in this bill, that the school is not going to bring the youngster, there's transportation is the responsibility of the parent. So that's in conflict with your IEP, where the resident district is now paying for transportation. And I don't mean going from Concord to Bowl. I'm talking about going from Berlin to Hopkinton. So who is responsible for how did the youngster get there? You said the parent, but the IEP says, and you just spoke a minute ago about the resident district is responsible for that. How does that play out?
So I'm pretty sure if you look at page 3, number 15, it's very crystal clear starting on line 16, Roman numeral 15. For the purposes of open enrollment pupil, neither the sending nor receiving school shall be obligated to provide transportation services for a pupil attending a school outside the pupil sending district. So it states very clearly that a parent gives up that right of transportation if they move out. If they want to maintain the transportation within that's being provided by the local resident district, they have to stay within the district.
So that then they really clearly then they don't fall into the line 33 on page 2 that says that their disability won't be a disqualifying factor.
The disability is the qualifying factor. It's the transportation that's the qualifying factor, and that's up to the parent. That's not up to the school.
the school, well, I won't argue that way, but every IEP doesn't say it's up to the parent. The school provides the transportation. As I think IDEA would also be falling in there. But I think that's the issue. Maybe not enough to knock it off by anyway, but I think that's the issue that has to be resolved because the youngster clearly isn't eligible to attend if the parents have to provide transportation and he now needs a wheelchair transportation and they take him from point A to point B. And there's going to be a cost to the resident district where the youngster's from. So that could be a huge cost. There may be no cost at all. You may not have anyone. But I think that's the potential there because it is a disadvantage to special needs youngsters to have equal opportunity for education. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. I concur with Representative Woodcock in that there could be a huge liability or disadvantage to parents who have children with disabilities. And to that end, I would encourage you to continue to think about what happens when a student can't take advantage of an opportunity that they would like to because there is a need for additional accommodations to be made. And by stating, if I may, you said parents will give up their rights to transportation, is what you said to me just a few minutes ago. And so under page 3, lines 16 through 20. And so they are giving up something, and in some ways there may be a cost to that parent. They may have to purchase a new vehicle, they may have to do something else to afford the opportunity to be able to partake in that program. So I respectfully disagree with that statement.
Sure.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. So two questions, but the first is, and this goes back to my question from before, do students apply for this open enrollment annually, or is it the kind of thing, that's not clear to me, and I'm probably going back to page 2 again.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that question.
Are students having to apply every year for the open enrollment slot? Like, is it the kind of thing where, like the EFAs, once you're in, you're apparently guaranteed it regardless of our ability to pay for it? Is it similar?
So again, under the application process, you'll see, hold on, I gotta find it. There is a line, line number 12 on page 3. A pupil admitted to a school shall maintain continuous enrollment in that school without requirement of reapplication except in cases of expulsion. So in other words, you don't have to keep applying. If there's availability when you move from grade 8 to grade 9, then you're allowed to continue. You don't have to reapply.
May I follow up? So that if they're not reapplying, are they no longer considered an open enrollment child, or are they like, I'm not understanding. So if they've applied for 7th grade and there was a spot in 7th grade, but then the district had a large number of students move to the district, so there's no longer open enrollment spots available. But now this is saying that they don't have to reapply. So does the district say to them, your spot's no longer available and they're kicked out? Or is it saying that because they no longer have to apply, they maintain continuous enrollment, in which case they move up?
So again, everything revolves around capacity. So if there's no capacity, when a student goes to move from 4th grade to 5th grade or 5th grade to 6th grade, whatever grade it is, there's no capacity, there's no obligation of the receiving district to keep that student. It can say, I'm sorry, but we no longer have space for you. And the student would have to move. That's what the parent is choosing.
May I ask one more follow-up, please?
One more follow-up.
Okay, so in terms of the finances around the transportation and other sorts of things, I'm just thinking of parents who are already on very limited means, who might be at a local school that, because of inadequacy of state funding, is already a struggling school, and they would love to be able to take advantage of a school in another area which has a much higher socioeconomic status. But because of their own socioeconomic status, they have no capacity to provide transportation. Doesn't this bill fundamentally discriminate against them by not providing any support to allow them to get to where they need to go, and ultimately end up creating more schools with severe socioeconomic distress with the benefit of those districts that have higher socioeconomic levels?
So again, I disagree with you on that. I don't see that as being the issue. And nothing here prevents a school district from providing it. They could choose to. It just doesn't obligate them to. So a sending district could say, no, we'll cover your cost of transportation, and choose to do that if they want to. It's a vote of the local board decide if they want to support that open enrollment student as part of their special education services. So the district has the right to do that if they choose to.
But if a district is already financially struggling to provide because of the lack of state funding to the schools, how are they possibly going to come up with the funds to send students to districts across the state?
So I'm not going to entertain a discussion around education funding because it's going to go way beyond this policy committee on what is classified. We have a difference of opinion on education funding. I think education funding, what the state spends, is every dollar the state spends on education is for the purpose of providing an education to a child and should be considered. Whereas the court's decision took one line and said this one line is not enough and ignored all other spending in the state that we do for the purposes of education. Every dollar the state of New Hampshire spends on education is for the purpose of providing an education to a child. And therefore, it should be included in the calculation. The court didn't do that. So until we can come to an understanding on what state funding is and whether it's not enough or enough, I don't think that conversation is going to go anywhere.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for bringing us this bill. Since the topic of equity has been broached, I would like to ask a question that I hope might be clarifying. Under the paradigm where parents have an ultimate responsibility to direct and right to direct the upbringing and education of their own children, which this body has repeatedly affirmed and which the Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed, would it not be ethically questionable to prevent any given family from maximizing their own individual efforts toward the maximum success of their own children just because some other child may not be able to exercise that for whatever reason?
So I'm not going to constitutionality of that, but I will say is I'm a big believer in where there's a will, there's a way. And so this will make it available for every child. If there's a will, there will be a way.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As far as special ed goes, the sending district is responsible for.
That's on the future. When we get to that page, I'm just trying to keep our conversations to the page we're on so we don't bounce all over the place.
Education, special ed came under funding, but it's because of funding.
We'll turn to page 4. And this is more funding language. Again, Mark can probably explain this better than I can. We do funding a little bit different for charter schools, and we mirror the funding model here for when we make payments to school districts, and if you have questions on that. But again, this is just strictly a repurpose of existing charter school language, what we already do for public school transfers. This is how we model it. And it also creates a little bit of protection for that kid that moves to one district, doesn't like it, ends up back at their resident district, and allows for that to not have all the funds go to this receiving school. But Mark can probably explain it better if you have questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I do have a question that lingers from the bottom of page 3 into page 4, so if you may. And with respect to 198 :4D with the annual adjustment legislation statute that's referenced on line 31, it's like 28 to 31 on page 3. It says that currently the way this statute is written, it's an annual adjustment. Is that correct, Mr. Manganello?
Correct.
Okay, so may I follow up? Thank you. If we have students potentially transferring twice a year, that's where you have kept it, would that need to then be readjusted? Because taxpayers, I think, in both the sending and receiving district might have an impact somewhere that needs to be accounted for or at least discussed in some way.
This just, it mirrors the charter school law, so the grant is what it is. The charter school grant doesn't change, it adjusts 2% each year, so.
Okay, so that would stay stationary?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is where we have just conversation about education funding. Year over year, we provide more and more per pupil by that very statute that says we are going to increase it by X number of percent every year, no matter what, and we have to figure out a way of paying for it. So I don't think there's any, unless somebody has something about the payment schedule on 4, we can jump over to 5, the last page.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. I'm just looking at line 12, where this is part of section C, where it talks about any district where the number of pupils residing in the district and calculated toward the open enrollment grant pursuant, et cetera, et cetera. But it finishes on lines 12 and 13 with the State Board of Education may require a district to enter a new tuition agreement. And I'm wondering how the state board requiring a district to change their tuition agreement matches local control.
Yeah, this is sort of an extreme situation, and I'll just walk through it. So the first section requires every school to have a public option, a a free public option. That is the school of record, so you can't have families paying for tuition. So everyone needs to offer that. But if we found a district where they were offering that and all of the students were rejecting that, and all of the students became open enrollment, so there was more open enrollment students that lived in that town than regular resident district students, then there would likely be something wrong with that tuition agreement they had. And so that's why we'd want the state board to investigate it. So it would be only the situation that you have a town of 100 people, 100 students, and if 51 of them were open enrollment students, then why are 51 of them open enrollment students? You probably should have a tuition agreement because they all clearly are going somewhere. So you should probably not have the state pay the $9,000. You should probably enter a tuition agreement. So let's say Concord has 100 students, 51 of them all tuition into Manchester. You should just have a tuition agreement, or sorry, they all open enrollment into Manchester. You should just have a tuition agreement with Manchester. So it's for the state board to investigate any issues with potential tuition agreements.
Sure. Thank you. So, if I'm Tamworth and I have 12 students and our school of record is Kingswood, and so 6 of the kids opt to do open enrollment, but none of the same schools, or 7, which is now 50, I don't know, 5%. That's more math than I can do in my head this moment. So 55% of my students are now going somewhere other than the school of record because of open enrollment. But they're not all going to the same place. They're going to 7 or 8 different schools. This is saying that we would tell them the school has to do a new tuition agreement with where?
No, what it says is that if that's happening, you need to sort of explain yourself to the state board on why explain yourself to the state board on why so many students are choosing open enrollment instead of using the path that you're paying for, the district pathway, and then the state board would investigate that. But it could be perfectly fine. It could be, especially with a small community, it might be perfectly fine that everyone in your community happens to be open enrollment.
So again, I think this is more of a check and balance to the educational process, right? The idea being that is if a school district has such a significant number of students leaving the district, and there probably should be a check as to why, right? So in this case, it's a tuition agreement. If you're tuitioning out more than 50% of your students, there should be, not tuitioning, but open enrolling out more than 50% of your students. You probably should have someone look at that and figure out what it looks like. And this doesn't require that they do anything. It just requires that they look into it.
Representative Balboni?
Another technical question. I am from a town that has an SAU with 4 towns. All of those schools only go up until 8th grade. We have, after that, a tuition agreement, an area agreement with Portsmouth High School that bounds, that's our school of record, as you said. But what would happen if, you're talking about breaking an agreement. We have this agreement that's been in place for like 30 years. We are on the hook for all kinds of improvements at Portsmouth High School. I mean, those agreements contain a lot more than just the tuition parts of it. How is this all going to affect?
Yeah, your community has a responsibility to educate your children, and you choose to do that through a tuition agreement, and you have to continue to do that. You have to have a school of record. You have to educate your students. So you would continue to do that. All those tuition agreements are still valid. But if there was a situation where you were, and this is basically what it's trying to account for, is what if you had a tuition agreement that your community didn't like? And you did that because you were trying to force them to open enrollment so you didn't have to pay. It's basically trying to safeguard against that. But every community will continue to educate students through their existing tuition agreements. But if there was a situation where in your community you had a tuition agreement for a school that no one wanted to go to, it probably should be investigated why you entered into that tuition agreement. But it might be, the tuition agreement might be perfectly fine. I expect your community to still go to Portsmouth.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for taking my question. What happens in the circumstance where a district perhaps enrolls with an out-of-state or has a tuition agreement with an out-of-state education? So like, for example, in Vermont, there are some circumstances where the state of New Hampshire students will have tuition agreements outside of the state of New Hampshire. Does this open the door for any sort of conversation about what happens to that cohort of students?
So again, nothing in this would require the Vermont school to take an open enrollment student. It's only for New Hampshire schools. We don't control Vermont's. And I would argue, and maybe Mark will answer this better, but I would think that an out-of-state student isn't also subject to our open enrollment laws, but.
No, we're not going to. We only fund New Hampshire residents, so that wouldn't apply to them.
Any other questions?
All right.
Representative Woodcock?
Yeah, thank you. Mark, go back to your question, which is out of state. We have a circumstance where I happen to live that many youngsters, for one or another, go over the line to Maine. And we have a agreement with Maine for the distant bus kids. Does that mean that under the open enrollment concept, since we have an agreement with the Maine school, that a youngster could open enroll to that Maine school?
No, open enrollment would only apply to New Hampshire public schools.
Going into? Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
For New Hampshire students.
Yep. Thank you both.
Representative Murray?
So what I'm hearing, if I'm correct, then, is that cohort of students would be ineligible for the open enrollment program because they're already then.
Maine students and Vermont students are not eligible for open enrollment.
I'm talking about the cohort of them that are already, like Representative Woodcock.
Oh, no. So those students still have, that good question. The district has to honor its agreements as they exist, and they have to provide a school of record, and they have to educate their students, and they have to ensure that education, and districts do that through tuition agreements. But if those students who have that option to go over to school in Maine, if they want to take advantage of an open enrollment school and they're a New Hampshire resident, they would have the same opportunity as anyone else.
Any other questions?
So last page 5.
We have one on page 4. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. So lines 30 to 33 says, in accordance with current Department of Education standards, the funding and educational decision-making process for children with disabilities transferring to a school shall be the responsibility of the resident school district and retain all current options available to the parent and to the school district. So I'm just trying to think about, like, if a student is currently getting OT at their resident school and their resident district has incorporated the cost of having an OT practitioner coming in or on staff to provide those services. So the student now is using open enrollment to go to the nearby district that has never had a student who needed OT before. It's in the student's specific IEP that they require OT to hold a pencil or whatever the case may be. So the student is now not at their home school, at this other school for open enrollment, but the home school has to pay now for the OT services there?
So be careful using the word homeschool. Let's stick with resident district and sending district so we don't get confused to a different conversation. So again, this is repurposed language directly out of the charter school. This is what we do with charter schools now. Again, I didn't reinvent the special education requirements for open enrollment. I left them the same as charter schools. Again, it's been tried and true and vetted for over a decade and how it works. School districts have learned to work with that, and we left it the same way.
Yeah, the service would still need to be provided. It would just be a conversation between the open enrollment school and the in the resident district, just like charter schools.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As you know, many services are shared services among a cohort of students in a community. So, like to Representative Selig's point, if an individual in their district of residence chooses a sending district outside of the district, I'm not talking about within the district, outside of the district, is there a possibility in a world in which the district of residence would be double paying for a service provider or a service because that service is not then there at the new school of choice or the open enrollment choice? At the school of open enrollment, what would happen?
Yeah, if it depends, there's a lot of variables in play, but they would be housing a student local. They would be housing services locally, and then the resident or the open enrollment district would also be housing those services. So there could be, they're not going to be paying for it twice, though. It just the services might be duplicated.
So I'll give you an example. So Winnisquam and Franklin. We had a charter school in Franklin that were serviced by students from Winnisquam went to, and they ended up into an agreement to how they would manage that with OT and some of the services that were at the students at the charter school. So again, that's all within purview. They can all make those agreements. There's nothing prohibiting those agreements. It may be that the resident district might give some money to the receiving school for the purposes of OT practice. Maybe they agree not to, because you've traded 1% of students. And yeah, I've got 1% of your students, you got 1% of my students, and it's a net wash. And so therefore, there's no change to anything.
Follow up, Madam Chair. But if a service provider needs to leave perhaps the district of residence because there isn't a service provider in the open enrollment out of district choice, do they leave the school to attend to the needs of the student in the other district, or do they seek a new provider altogether? That's my first question. And my second question is, if then the student needs an additional service for a field trip or some other type of thing, who's also paying for those things?
So again, I can only tell you that this is the exact language we currently use for public school transfers with charter schools. I know that Winnisquam and the charter school entered into an agreement and how they were going to manage that, and that was dealt with between them to manage and maintain and manage costs. So nothing in this prohibits the schools from managing how it would happen. So I guess Mark might have it.
Yeah, these are, we've been having, I know this committee and Ed Funding Committee has been just studying issues relative to charter school delivery of special education services. All of those issues that you've been studying, they will also, some of those same issues you talk about and study will also exist here because it's the same model.
Representative McDonald. Thank you, Madam Chair. Bottom of page 4 requires the commissioner to apply for federal funding. Does that funding already exist and we're leaving it on the table, or is this future looking in case federal funding becomes available?
So again, this is, I think, a future-looking piece of legislation that says that if funding becomes available for open enrollment at the federal level, we want to make sure the commission has the authority to apply for any of those funds that possibly would become available.
Representative Woodcock.
Okay, I was giving you the, that's okay, that's okay. No, that's fine. I do have a question though. I want to go back to the 18th time, transportation of special needs youngsters. And now I'm now on the bottom of page 4, line 32. And I understand what you said, Senator, about if I enroll for this program, my option, I want my youngster to go there, I have to provide the transportation. I don't think that's legal, if that's okay. But what I do have a concern, I think there's a conflict in the legislation because it says on line 32, the school district shall retain all current options available to the parent and to the school district. One of the options the parent has is the school district providing the transportation to the youngster, especially these to the new open enrollment school. But what you're saying earlier on, that they don't have that option, that they're giving up that option. I think that's a conflict because this says they must retain all the current options. And that's an option. It's an option of their IEP.
Again, I don't see the conflict. Again, the school, if the student stays in the residence district, then it maintains all its current options. That's the, I will say, and I don't want to get into this giant conversation about special ed because it is a giant conversation. It's not a small conversation. It's not a 10-minute conversation. Is that you do know that New Hampshire is one of the few states that provides portability of special education. In other words, when you go to a charter school and you get to keep your special education needs, most states don't have that condition. They say the only place you have the right to special education services is within your resident district. That's what most states do. New Hampshire's an outlier in this, that we allow the portability of special education services.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Senator, I'm not suggesting that the state charter program, especially young special education, not special education, charter school students is not good. I think it's terrific. All right. I think charter schools, in the most part, are pretty good, most of them. But I still think this is not, I think you're dodging this answer, honestly, because it says they shall retain the current options that are available to the parent. That's a current option that's available. I'm not suggesting that you can't do both. I don't think you can do both. That's just me. You can't say you have to provide it, you're taking it away, and then say you have to provide it. You can't say they're going to maintain current options and then say, nope, we're taking away transportation. I think there's a mix there. I'm not suggesting one is right or wrong. I just think that has to be fixed.
I'm just saying we're using the same exact model we're using in charter schools. That's the language. I don't know whether it's right or wrong in terms of this particular question. I'm just telling you that we're not redoing or recreating a brand new model.
May I? You are. May I? Thank you. You are creating a new model. You're creating the open school concept overall. I'm not suggesting it's bad, Senator. All I'm saying is, I think in this particular point, I think you're wrong. I think it's in conflict.
Point of order.
You're right.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
It sounds to me as though we're lapsing into debate on the bill.
Yes, it does seem.
And are we hearing answers to questions, or are we in debate mode here? I don't think. So I'd like to raise an objection.
Yes, we are not in debate, and we will ask questions only to gain information. Thank you.
Clarifying question.
Representative Balboni.
Hopefully this question follows. My question is, you said that when you realized there was kind of a controversy about the original bill, that you went and you talked to different school districts and got a perspective and made changes accordingly. Did you, since all this special education has come up, have you talked to the special education administrators? And I have a little bit of knowledge because I did some bills with charter schools and special education, that there is a problem currently with the delivery and the mechanisms right now. And if we're going to be using that model going forward, perhaps we should try to solve the issues that we have. So the question is, have you talked to the special ed administrators and about this?
Thank you for the question. And I will say that they all agree with you that the special ed is a giant conversation that needs to be had, and how we manage and how we deal with special education. My point is, I was going to reinvent the wheel and try to fix special education in the bill about open enrollment. It's a much bigger conversation than just open enrollment.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. My question probably follows pretty well on Representative Balboni. So, I'm just wondering, where we know that there are a number of questions related to special education, related to how it is in charter schools already and everything else. And I'm wondering, rather than trying to build on something that's not really working as adequately as we would hope it would, and trying to create something that's a variation built on that, doesn't that lend itself to further examining the issue and taking, rather than pushing this through to be something that would start next summer, but to have a study commission where we could really make sure we're answering all of these questions first, so that we're making sure that we have every protection in place to protect all children statewide and not simply those who have the means and ability.
So thank you for the question. Again, I think we've ad nauseum talked about the fact that we all know that special education needs work. I am not willing to kick the can down the road for the students that this will serve and will be better for it. And the school districts that will be better for it. Is that by taking out that, we have a choice of serving students right now and giving them the best opportunity. As I said earlier in my opening speech, and education is the defining issue as it results to opportunity. And so we can either open opportunity up for our students, and the vast majority of our students, or we can close it down because a segment which we know needs conversation. It's not just a problem in open enrollment, it's a problem in charter school, it's a problem in traditional public schools right now. We all know that, and we all know there's a study commission looking at that. I'm waiting to get, I serve on the performance audit committee, and we have a giant special ed audit that's coming out that has multiple, from what I understand, a huge amount of list and problems. So it is going to be a much bigger conversation. But the question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to, knowing that's probably going to be a 5-year discussion to fix all of that, it's not going to be a 10-minute conversation. Do you want to hold back and allow students a better opportunity for education now until you fix that problem, or let the ones that can take advantage of it now and then work through the issues in the giant issue of special education? This isn't an open enrollment issue, it's a special education issue.
Follow up. Thank you. So you said that we should be working to serve all students and benefiting all students. And so I'm wondering, where in this bill is the support for those students who have the most limited means, the most limited opportunities now, to ensure that they have access to the same kind of programs that the children of means already have, or may have, either because their parents can afford private schools or because they've taken EFA funding or other sorts of things and moved out of our school districts, leaving those children who have no means behind? What is it about this bill that's going to allow those children who really have little to no resources to give them the access to be able to get to any of these types of services, because their parents may have no car or may be working 3 jobs and not be able to provide transportation. So I'm just trying to understand, you keep talking about benefiting all our children, and I am certainly committed to making sure that we give all of our children the opportunity to advance and grow and better themselves. But my concern isn't for the ones whose parents have the resources, because those parents are able
Representative Selig, do you have a question?
So what are we doing for those other children who don't have any means?
So again, thank you for the question. My answer is I think that this will serve the solution. Again, we look at how charter schools manage with traditional public schools, and we make special education work. And now we're using the same exact model. It may not be a perfect model, but it's a model that's been used and vetted for over a decade. And we're using that same exact model.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Is open enrollment in public schools meant to give families more flexibility and choice about where their child attends school without having to move?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I do just want to ask, I know that similar proposals had been debated in your body, in your chamber. And I'm curious if this conversation or this amendment, similar in nature to having the funding mechanism model charters, was up for debate or conversation when it initially started, or was this something that sort of grew as the process went?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So yes, I did talk to many of my colleagues about the changes that were being proposed, and many of my colleagues approve that. But as you know, a bill that comes over to the House from the Senate sometimes come back completely different. And the Senate never had a conversation on particular parts of the legislation. So, my answer is this is the public hearing to have that. It's if you choose to adopt this amendment, then it'll come back to the Senate. We'll either concur and have a public conversation about that, or we'll non-concur and ask for a committee conference for more changes, or we'll just non-concur outright. So again, it'll come back to the Senate if you make this modification for more conversation within the Senate.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
On page 5.
Finally, we got to page 5.
I thought you might like to hear that. You have reference from line 11 to 13 about the state board, and then you reference a legislative oversight committee in RSA 193C AA. Is that the same oversight committee that has the responsibilities to look at the standards, the minimum standards and assessments? Is that same committee, the oversight committee?
193C8.
I don't have the RSA in front of me, but I know that lives in that statute, so probably.
There's only one oversight committee, I believe, that reviews all that. So that you're charging that committee to make future recommendations and to review policy. But it's a little. It sounds like I'm trying to understand who really has that responsibility. Is it the state board, and they present it to the oversight committee, or does the oversight committee have the ultimate responsibility towards overseeing?
So thank you so again, the state board, I'm going to go back to JALCAR, where I'm the chair. In JALCAR, we regularly hear rules and bills, and we end up realizing there's a hole in the law somewhere that needs to be fixed, changed, a definition or something like that. We keep a spreadsheet in JALCAR of those changes that are recommended by agencies, and then at the beginning of every term, someone from JALCAR introduces those bills as housekeeping bills to modify. I see this doing the same thing. As the State Board of Education sees that there might be a need for a definition change or some other change in legislative authority, they would make a recommendation. This oversight committee would then be responsible for bringing that legislative change before this body. And Madam Chair, the last piece of this bill is just line 5. This strictly says that the Education Trust Fund is eligible to expend the funds to support the open enrollment program. And with that, I made it all through all 5 pages.
Very good. Any other questions?
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you, Senator Lang. Given the fact that you have acknowledged that there are other states that have open enrollment policies and programs that are working, given that you have mentioned that you have been in conversations with a number of people who raised important questions and you've addressed those in the amendment, Given the exhaustive questions that have come from this committee over the course of the last hour and 15 minutes, would you say that it's fair to say that you have done your due diligence and addressed any unanswered questions that could be answered to this point, acknowledging that there, of course, are going to be philosophical and policy differences amongst us?
So absolutely. Again, that's the reason why you have this amendment in front of you is, again, I tried to do a legislator's job, listen to its constituents, listens to its members, listens to its fellow colleagues, and then draft and adapt a bill that meets those needs as much as possible, understanding and giving that there are going to be some philosophical and political differences on how we approach things. And my approach may not be to the liking of somebody in a different political party. And so this bill, again, I think, address those four major concerns: the funding, the transportation, the capacity, and the last line on here, by the way, we're pushing this out 1 full year, by the way. That's the last line of the bill. We recognize that in one of the conversations, or many of the conversations I had, that an effective date of this September was a little aggressive. And so we push that out 1 full year to give school boards the ability to be able to adopt the needed policies, define capacity, define bus routes. They have plenty of time from the passage of this legislation to be able to define those things. And that is just one of the simple areas that we found common ground of saying, yes, we can move this forward by making this little change and make it a little better.
Representative Selig? Thank you. So the amendment says that it's replacing all after section 3 on the original bill. So I'm just looking back at sections, section 1. I'm a little confused because I have section 1 and then I have section 3.
I got to find the original bill. Hold on 1 second.
And I don't have a section
as introduced.
2. And so I don't know if it's misnumbered or if I'm having trouble seeing. I have. So again, I may be confused in reading page 1 of the original bill. So this says that a parent of child 6 years of age and under 18 years of age shall.
So what line are you on?
I'm on line 3 of page 1 of the original bill. I'm looking for clarification because I know our special needs students can stay longer than 18, and also many high school students don't graduate till after they're 18. And so I just want to clarify if there's restrictions around that. And then in line 7.
Okay, take it one at a time instead of jumping through sections. So on that first section, it strictly is that it's still about compulsory education for parents, and they still have an obligation to have their child in school. It just doesn't have to be the school of residence. It can be any school within the state. That's what section I does, or number 1.
Yeah, I think we're talking about, so this is compulsory attendance. So every student has to be in school or an educational pathway under the compulsory attendance. What districts offer can be much more than that. So districts offer to educate students above or below those age grades, but you have to be in an educational pathway within those grade spans or age grade spans.
Okay. And then in line 7, it says a natural person. Could you define, I don't know what a unnatural person,
Sure. In corporate law, you also refer to corporations as persons. And so this is defining it's a human being, not a corporate entity that could be in statute or in legal terms can be defined as a person as well.
Okay. And then would you just be willing to tell me where in the original bill this amendment takes over? Because mine is numbered 1, 3, and then
so
one
the
again.
amendment.
So I'm just trying to figure out where I'm drawing
the
the
amendment
line.
starts all of the 193 statute that you see on the first page of the bill is what's covered. So number 1 on line 1, you'll see the number 1, and then on line 6 the number 2, and on line 15 the number 3. So those 3 paragraphs, those 3 sections, 1, 2, and 3 would stay in, and the rest of the amendment picks up after that.
So it picks up at line 15.
It picks up at after section 3. So it'd pick up on the top of page 2 in the original bill, line 7. At the end of that line, then the amendment takes over and replaces everything after that.
I wonder if our pages don't match.
Representative Peterdon?
I'm just going to clarify. I believe the amendment picks up on line 10, page 2 of the original bill.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding
Right,
where
start.
the two things separate out.
Here, right? 1 second. Make sure we're all clear. So it says here that amend, replace all after section 3. So it starts on section 4, which is right
First
here.
two sections step.
So it picks up on number 4. I'm not sure what page it's on, and it depending on which bill you're looking at.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe this will be a quick answer. We talked a lot about special ed and the responsibility of the sending district and the receiving district, but we didn't talk about 504, children with 504 plans. They don't actually fall under special ed, but sometimes when you get a 504 plan, there are needs that need to be accommodated for medical reasons. Who assumes the financial responsibility for a 504 plan? Because it doesn't fall under IDA.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I can only, so I'm not going to make a guess. We can bring that back to the department to get an answer.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate you engaging in a manner that made it a little more organized.
Thank you very much. It's getting a little warm in here. I think we're at like 78 degrees, so please don't be shy to go to that other room, 229, if you need to. Yes.
Now, or would you prefer to do?
We can do that now. You sure?
I did have an additional question.
Sure.
So with regard to the 504s, and you said that you were not quite certain about accommodations and who would be responsible for the payment of, I just want to be clear here, piggybacking on Representative Balboni's question.
Yeah, I'd want to do more research to give you an accurate answer.
And then my second,
Sure.
My next question would be, there is a portion in the bill where you said that I think it's that the commissioner can issue written explanation for a decision, and that's at the very end of, this is regarding residents and legal residents. So is this an appeal process? I just want to clarify, this is on the original bill, section 3.
Yep.
Lines 6 through 9. Is this an appeal process that would go to the Commissioner of Education for questions about residency or the availability? Can you just explain a little bit more about what that would be?
I'm going to go back to the department on that one, but.
Any other questions? Representative Selig.
Does the department have a perspective about whether or not this bill is a good idea?
We're neutral. I'm just here for technical assistance.
Any other questions for Mark? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mark, did you fill out a pink card? Okay, thank you. Representative Grund? These guys are.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Representative Noble and members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Grund, and I represent Hillsborough District 34, which is the town of Amherst. I'm here today to oppose SB 101. I have been involved in our school district for more than a decade, and I am a current sitting school board of Sohegan High School. This version of open enrollment will create a divide between the haves and the have-nots. Those families that can afford to get their kids to another town and school district will be able to. Those families who do not have the means or the time to drive their kids to another town or bus stop will be forced to stay in a district that will have decreasing resources. As students leave a district, a small portion of funding goes with them from the state. What happens to the resources left in the sending district? They'll be ever decreasing, and their cost per pupil is going to go up. The schools that win will have additional revenue, and the schools that lose might end up closing or have so few kids they cannot support their education. I appreciate the amendment only allowing students to only change districts once per year. However, that concept of capacity could create chaos, and we know consistency in curriculum is a key to success. High schools have graduation requirements that need to be met, and changing schools mid-high school is difficult. And will this allow schools to deny kids because they can't meet graduation requirements? At what age? 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade? What's going to happen? This could cause chaos for a student and lack of consistency. How are school districts going to predict revenue and estimates for tax rates at public hearings and deliberative sessions? It's another idea because we're required to do that as well. I want you to remember that education is not a manufacturing products, it's a service. The quality of service matters. The resources to create those services matter. Let's work on supporting local public schools and give them the funding they deserve. Let's be clear, public schools are not failing all students. If that were true, then New Hampshire would not consistently rate in high academic performance across the country. Some students struggle and they do need a better fit. So let's support those students and not create a taxpayer debacle in funding our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for testifying. You had mentioned the have and the have-nots if there's parents that cannot drive their student to another town. I know when talking with constituents, I'm curious if you're giving any thought to how about the parents now who work in another town and have to go to work late because they can't drive their student to school in the town where they work, or if they're a teacher at another town, it would make more sense for those families.
Because there's busing, public busing that's provided and required to be provided by all school districts.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. You can send it in. Representative Horgan?
So I am Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 6, which is the town of Durham, and I certainly consider Durham to be more than just a zip code, as the senator kind of dismissively. We use the old cliche we hear a lot, you know, your education should not be determined by your zip code, but there's more to it. You know, so Durham is more than just zip code 03824, and we're part of a cooperative school district that has 2 other towns that have different zip codes, but that's there's a lot wrong with this bill. It's a very complicated bill. I'm sure it's going to get even more complicated. It almost seems like I don't know, so like a dog's breakfast. Like he has this idea that doesn't quite work, and he took it around. I have the feeling the proponents of it took it around to various stakeholders who didn't want to say no, so they pointed out a lot of things that were wrong with the proposal. So he's then added a bunch of random fixes to meet those specific obligations, but in my mind, the whole thing just as a whole just totally doesn't work. So I think it's highly unlikely that I'll be able to vote for the final product when it comes out on the floor. This amendment was brought in today, number 1271S. I'm sure there'll be a different one after the committee process that'll be in the calendar in a week or 2 or 3 weeks when we vote on it. There'll probably then be a floor amendment, because once that amendment is published, people start poking holes in it. So I'm pretty sure what we're going to get is going to be even more uncomplicated and even more unworkable than what's here. And one education issue that I've been following a lot over the years is the charter schools. I'm not sure if the charter schools are a good model for functioning or governance. I mean, some of them are excellent, but that program has a lot of good things in it. I especially like the fact that for-profit schools and religious schools aren't allowed to participate, but it's got a lot of difficulties. A lot of the schools have had trouble. Some of them are thriving, many of them are not. So I'm not sure they're turning the whole turning the schools, every school district into the equivalent of charter schools is a great idea. And also, the rules for charter schools are different for those for school districts, so then raises the question of whether we should change the rule for school district schools to be consistent with those charter schools. Charter schools have generally many fewer restrictions, although it's kind of a hodgepodge, like 2 issues this committee dealt with earlier in the year. So culture wars issues, there was a school of flags. So I think right now we sent the Senate a bill saying that only like 3 particular flags allowed and they're all forbidden. That particular bill did apply to the charter schools too. But we had another culture wars bill, the Charlie Act. School districts are forbidden to teach like Hegelian dialectics, Marxism, the works of 4 particular educational theorists. But the charter schools actually are allowed to teach those. They're not covered by that particular bill. So and there's many other examples. Then you have to consider the question of whether you want to change the rules for school districts if they're all effectively charter schools, because and you may, because there may be some reason, for some reason, you have parents who are really into Hegelian dialectics. They might, and if we pass this, you might be okay to let them go to a school district that teaches Hegel and Marx and Paulo Freire and all those other people. Not that any schools are actually teaching them, but I'm just speaking theoretically. So I think, anyway, what's going to happen to this bill is you're going to probably have some work sessions. You're going to they're probably going to try to meet a lot of the objections, the many objections that myself and the dozens of people speaking after me. So you get an even more complicated bill, even more unworkable. And I don't think it's ever going to work to anything that's going to have any chance of actually functioning in the real world. So I think probably the best thing to do is send this interim study, or even just ITL it, and you could probably consider the ideas next year. There'll be election in 2026, another legislative session in 2027. That might be the best time to try to fix this rather than working on this the next few weeks. Because it's complicated enough, and there's many issues that we're trying to totally restructure the state's education system, and I really don't think this is something that this House can do. And also, I was going to say, well, of course, I'm sure the Education Funding Committee people are probably glad they don't have it, but this is probably should have been in their committee, but there's a lot of overlap between the 2 committees, and you're probably as well. They're probably perfectly happy to let you do it. So it doesn't matter to me. I'm on House Judiciary, so glad it's not there. But anyway, thanks. Looks like I have a question.
Morgan, are there any questions? Representative Litchfield?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Whether I'm wearing my hat as state representative or as school board member, I always do my best to remain student-centered.
Yeah.
My question is, what do you suggest we do for a child that is not thriving in their local public school, but the parents cannot afford the tuition of a private school, even with the small amount of money offered with an education freedom account?
Well, I mean, that's a difficult question. We certainly we do need to make our local schools better. I really don't see how this does that. So that's probably need better and more flexible local schools. But I think probably most children are better off going to school in their district. And also, this might lead to segregated schools. And I'm old enough, so I lived in a state that had segregated public schools when I was in grade school, and which was Indiana, which is part of which is in the South, even though you think of it as a northern state, and that was not good either. So I think we just need to make our school districts function more effectively. I'm not sure whether this type of thing, this tweet, I'm not sure if this bill is going to do anything to help any of that. Thanks.
Follow up.
Yeah.
Thank you. What about the parents that have the children in the local public school, and those parents do not want their children around the activism, politics, or teaching of sexuality?
Well, I know there's parents on both sides. There's probably parents who want their children to be exposed to issues. Certainly are many families have gay or trans kids, for example, and they're not being served well. They haven't been served well in the public schools in the past. It's probably even worse in the current political climate. So I don't know. I mean, children, Those issues exist. So regardless, we try to ban them from the public school system. Children are going to have to deal with those life issues one way or another. So thanks.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Horgan, isn't it true that there are also, if public school is not a great fit, and sometimes that happens, that there aren't other options such as manifest hardship or extended learning opportunities? And if there are disagreeable, philosophical differences on content, parents can opt their student out.
Yes, absolutely. I would agree with that. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Mine's super quick. Just Representative Horgan referenced being from Stratford County District 6. We're actually Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, and I only know that because we share the districts. And
yes,
I
we live 2 blocks apart. In fact,
Yes.
we each live about a block and a half on opposite sides of the Oyster River High School. So I should have done that. I used to be.
I just thought to correct that for the.
I still haven't caught up with the last redistricting, I guess, even though we're almost all the way we're almost of the way to the next redistricting cycle. But sorry about that. I apologize to the gentlelady and my neighbor. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. Representative Leclerc?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow representatives. Stan Leclerc from District 34 in Amherst, just like my friend Stephanie Grund. Just a couple observations, if I may. I know that in our committee anyway, and probably in a lot of committees, we're always talking about funding. We can't do this, we can't do that, we don't have the money. Just as a reference, I'm in the Labor Committee, and we had a bill come up recently to help fund first responders in small towns get the mental health support that they needed. And it was only, I think it was less than 200,000. I forget exactly what it was. But one of the problems was we don't have the money. So when I'm hearing even Senator Lang say that there's money somewhere, and again, I don't know much about the education fund and things like that. That's not my committee. That's not my specialty. But that's just one observation I have is where's the money going to come from when we can't afford $200,000 for first responders or less. Another observation is over 1,300 people testified online against this bill in opposition and less than 60 in support. And I'm sure I would bet my entire salary for these two years that most of these folks here are in opposition too. That again, just an observation, and I'm sure that you've gotten multiple emails, questions, phone calls from constituents, voters, people in your towns that are just not in favor of it. And I hear a lot that we want to do what the parents want. In my opinion, that seems to be what the parents want. So I don't think when the time comes that this comes to the floor that I will be supporting it. I don't think I will. That's all.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Leclerc. We share a district. I represent Milford and Amherst. Mm-hmm. So is there a world in which, where you could foresee an opportunity for schools and also towns to maybe have to require a special meeting mid-year through a fiscal cycle if there is not either enough funding or resources and support in a district to have to maybe hire additional staff mid-year or to try and find additional funding somewhere? Is that a concern you hold?
Yeah, I think it would, because school boards fund, way before the school year starts, right? So they may have to make alterations to their funding that may not be there. So yes, that could be difficult. And also that would trickle down to the folks paying their local taxes, the local property taxes. So that's never good.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Point of clarification, Representative Leclerc, it's 114,900.
I did know, Representative Selig, that it was way less than 200, but I didn't want to throw out a number and be wrong. The point was just that, where's the funding and for something as small as that. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be willing to wait if there's someone here with kiddos that needs to leave early and needs to speak before me.
It depends how long you want to hang around. Sure.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee. My name is Kelly Gibson. I have been a very public pro for this SB 101, although I don't think it's perfect, and I'd like to discuss some of those issues for possible amendment. I want to give a little background to those of the committee who I haven't corresponded with, and for the people behind me as well who are listening. I am a single mom of 5 children. 2 of my children are now adults and lifelong incompetent. 2 of my other children were supposed to receive 504. And then there's a child who should have had a 504 who was never able to get one. I am now recently adopted my grandson who's medically compromised. He is 3 years old and should have been receiving services from the District of Wilton since December. He is not receiving services. Neither is my special needs adult son, who's 21, who should be getting services to the age of 22. And he has not been educated since the age of 14 with a viable IEP. I've tried different things like manifest hardship multiple times, in which the district, even though I met the RSA standard, denied the manifest hardship, leaving me no choice as a single mother with multitude of kids with complex issues that are lifelong. So I'm here because it is very difficult for people like me to show up today, which is why our voices are not as heard as those that are opposed. I am here with a 16-year-old daughter who's home from school to supervise those 2 individuals so I can speak on behalf of people like myself. I want to address 2 important issues that are affecting how this bill is being understood and implemented. First, there appears to be a common interpretation among all the local school districts that this bill primarily applies to students in the 1st grade through 12th. As written, it does not clearly include children who are identified in the early in receiving services prior to 1st grade, nor those who are continuing to receive services beyond 12th grade. Without explicit language, those students risk being unintentionally excluded from this opportunity. If there is a school, every school district, and I've been doing this for 28 years, if there's a way that they can find a loophole to not be able to provide services for special ed, they will do it in most cases. Second, the current structure allows sending districts to pay as little as 80%. Now, we know with this proposed amendment, but as it currently states, 80% of their per pupil costs, which leaves families responsible for the remaining gap. To ensure true access, I'm advocating for an amendment, which is partly what is being proposed, requiring sending districts to pay 100% of the per pupil cost so that families are not burdened with the tuition differences between districts. My testimony today is focused on ensuring the bill is both inclusive and financially accessible so that it applies consistently to all eligible students. I have attached a copy below of comparative figures to help support and clarify my position. I stated the tuition rate currently for Wilton and Lineborough, which is where we reside. I also did the surrounding communities tuition. And then as you can follow along, hopefully you'll all get copies at some point to process and see. You will notice for the Temple Greenfield, which is the Kentucket Valley, that it is an $8,314.69 tuition that would go on the parent, okay? At 100%, it would be $3,137.27, which would be the difference of like the cost per pupil, but 100% of my sending to the receiving. Transportation has been a part of a lot of conversation. And I'll give a little bit of background on that one as well. I calculated at 72.5 cents per mile, which is the IRS standard mileage rate for 180 days. And I put a bunch of figures of what that cost would be. So that transportation cost at the most maximum place that's there is $6,786. So when you add the tuition gap and you add the transportation, it totals up over $15,000 that would be on the burden of a parent. And if you're looking at a special ed parent, we have way more bills than the average parent. So that does factor. Now, the populations that are impacted mostly are 1 in 5 students report being bullied. Approximately 15% of students receive special education services, and 6 to 10% of those students are identified as gifted. Families of children with special needs spend 2 to 3 more times out of pocket. I gave you all my sources and documentation sources for that as well. So the policy gaps in SB 101 is that the bill must explicitly include students identified before the first grade for ages 3 to 5 and students receiving services 18 to 22. Key policy conclusion, the current structure creates 15,000 plus annual barriers per child, limiting access based on income, not need. And my closing statement before I get into what this proposal also is, if access to another public school requires family to absorb the cost approaching 15,000 plus per child annually, then this policy does not expand opportunity. It defines who is excluded from it. Now, in this amendment that was proposed, I have been in conversation with the senator, and I was disappointed that he didn't take our frequent conversations into effect when identifying the definition of pupil. I do think that Amendment 22, first page, should be very clear to include those that qualify under FAPE. I think that that is an issue, even though that I am for this. I also think that the second page, line 26, poses all sorts of issues for the special education child. My son was abused repeatedly by a paraprofessional that they refused to terminate, and it was on video. He had reactions. He did naughty things at that time. That could have been used against him to go to another school where his general personality is happy-go-lucky. He's 21 and still believes in Santa Claus. He is not someone who would have a reaction, but those incidents, they could hurt him in going into a new school. And I am wanting to protect that some children might have these very things that would prevent them from doing it, but that is because he's in the wrong environment. He's in the wrong environment. So I do think that that part needs work on it. And I'm also deeply concerned that this is being waited an entire year. I have a grandson who's 3 years old with 0 expressive language, who's not getting services. He will never get services from Wilton. It doesn't matter if I file due process. It doesn't matter. I've already tried doing a manifest hardship for him. They denied me even getting a meeting. It doesn't matter. This 1 year will create a bigger delay of the most important developmental time at this point by waiting an entire year. And finally, about the transportation, the cost is a factor. And as a single mom who is a full-time caregiver, who is purely off of services and grants, I am the low-income part that you are talking about. However, if I had to eat the cost of transportation because it wasn't provided, even though it's on an IEP, I would eat that cost any day for my child to have an education where if we were in the current district, they wouldn't have anything. It's the lesser of two evils. It's not great, but it's the lesser of two evils. So it's my mission and my hope that my grandson will not fall trap to his father, like his uncle, like his other uncle, and one more uncle on that, and an aunt, that he will get an education sooner than later at an appropriate, safe place, preferably in Amherst and Mount Vernon. Some of the people, like Representative right over here and some of the rep that previously talked, I spoke in front of their school boards. In fact, they voted against me to even publicly speak. And they lost. And during that session, the town all voted for one open seat after my testimony. So I'd like to also add that I don't believe that the representative who spoke prior to me, actually two of them, were really representing entirely the community, because that community overrode them. They allowed me to speak. They voted for the one seat for my grandson in an effort to be able to come. And I hope that my testimony sheds the light of what it is, because I am the people that you are talking about. I am the low income. I am the one that would not be able to afford that tuition. I'm the one who needs this. And although transportation is a concern, and I'm thank you for bringing that up, it is not the be-all, end-all for me, because I would travel the 52 miles to the farthest district that would take us in an effort to have a safe education, or any education at all. Because the Department of Ed procedures that they have, all these things that we're told to do, due process this and that, it doesn't work in the real world, especially if you can't afford an attorney to fight for you or an advocate. It doesn't really work. School districts have figured out every loophole. I mean, I already have an attorney working prior to even getting a disposition meeting on my grandson, which is completely unheard of for an attorney to come in to an IEP meeting for a 3-year-old. That's not what I want to do for the next 18 years. When I can go to the school district that I used to work for at Mount Vernon and know that his needs are going to be supplied perfectly, and that we're treated like family and we're treated like a community instead of being ostracized from the community that I currently live in. So please think about people like my grandson and like his father, who never got the education that he was supposed to get and is currently now living homeless, dying of HIV, managed by OPG poorly, all because the school district didn't do the proper transition services and planning to implement his safety. Is my grandson going to have that inevitable fortune to be in the same situation? This is what's posed on the table. I need this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Pam Brown, State Rep from the beautiful towns of Kingston and East Kingston. I'm also an economist and a 40-year college educator. I support SB 101 because it offers another tool to increase competition and education choice in New Hampshire. Competition provides the solution to rising school costs and property taxes. Parental choice and pupil mobility incentivize local providers to innovate, improve service, and become more efficient. This is true for every sector, not just education. A 2020 NBER study showed that public school districts faced with added competition saw their own outcomes improve. The report found consistent evidence that students in public schools that faced higher competitive pressure levels saw greater gains than those in locations with less competitive pressure. The study noted that the benefits extend to behavioral outcomes, such as lower absenteeism and suspensions, that have not been well explored in literature. The NBER study also found that the public school students who were most positively affected came from comparatively low socioeconomic backgrounds. Frequent speakers before our committees often note that 90% of New Hampshire pupils attend public school districts. Yes, 90%. That's what happens when you have a closed monopoly in the provision of a service. Closed monopolies maintain high prices and stagnant quality. Add to this our school district's nationally orchestrated Soviet-style pay grids. The predictable result is decades of chronically high cost and slow improvement. The fact that school districts may enjoy economies of scale is not a justification for maintaining closed monopolies. Finally, as an economist, I will say that I am professionally and politically opposed to bills calling for school budget caps and tax caps. These regulations amount to arbitrary price controls, and while understandable, they are politically lazy solutions to rising costs and tax burdens. More choice and competition combined with repeal of excess regulation burdening education providers should be our policy focus. I will also note that online survey results of our bills, to me, just indicate that taxpayers are busy. Please vote to approve SB 101. I had an additional comment about the bill, but I don't want to exceed my time.
Thank you, Representative Brown. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Burton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be very brief, which is unusual for me, as you know. I have a problem with the bill in the very first line because it asks the schools to determine their capacity for students. But how will they know how many special ed students they'll get? Because they may, if they say they have a capacity for 10 and they get 5 students on IEPs, do they turn those students down? Do they increase capacity? How will they know what capacity they're going to face? This is particularly acute in my school district, the Oyster River School District. People move to our town to get the special ed. I have a neighbor who just did that. And I think that's a real problem right off the bat. So I would argue that we don't use a pass it and then fix it model. That's not going to work. And I'll leave it at that. I agree with the representative from Amherst completely, and I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Raymond?
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Raymond. I represent Hillsborough District 5, which is the city of Nashua. In addition to my work here at the State House, I've served on the Nashua Board of Education for the past 8 years, where I'm the chair of the policy committee and I also serve on the budget committee. I'm here speaking for myself, but I'm very familiar with the budgetary and policy issues facing my district and school districts across the state. I want to bring to your attention 2 areas of concern I have about open enrollment in regards to both this bill and the amendment. First, even with the newly proposed amendment, there's still not clear direction about how this would impact special education. Nashua currently has the only program in the state for deaf and hard of hearing students. It is in the best interest of elementary school students who are deaf or hard of hearing to attend a program with other students with whom they can use sign language and to spend time with hearing children during the day. We have agreements with other districts to make our program affordable. Districts pay about $50,000 per student to attend our program. If this bill were to pass as is, we would likely no longer be able to afford to run the program. As amended, the impact financially to the program is unclear. Just as an example of the services involved, a sign language interpreter alone earns a $60,000 to $80,000 a year salary plus benefits. Speech therapists have similar salary ranges. In addition, we have specialized equipment like speakers, lighted alarm systems, and curriculum, all necessary to meet the IEP needs of these children. Adopting these services would create significant budget impacts to smaller districts, and these things need to be planned in advance. The earlier discussion about mirroring the language regarding charter schools adds complications. In Nashua, the local district provides special education services directly to charter students who attend charter schools in Nashua, because we have a lot of charter schools in our city. Most of our specialized service providers like physical therapists, speech therapists, travel within our district to our own 18 separate schools. And just as an aside, there was discussion earlier about what happens when you go from, say, fifth grade to sixth grade? Are you staying in that district? What happens in districts like mine where we have 12 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools? Which school do the open enrollment kids go to? And how do we plan for that? Going back to my thing, I have significant concerns about the legal impacts of both the bill and the amendment in relation to IDEA and state statutes regarding special education. The second concern that I have about the bill is regarding career and technical education programs. Nashua has the largest CTE program in the state. Students come from all the neighboring districts to take classes like drone piloting, machining, biotechnology, underwater robotics, and more traditional classes like culinary and automotive. Next fall, we're launching an emergency services program. The system is working for CTE. Just this week, students from Nashua, Merrimack, and Hollis Brookline who attend our CTE programs won awards in biotechnology and engineering. But the students from Hollis and Merrimack both also maintain their connections to their home districts. They take their other academic courses and participate in sports and extracurricular activities in their home communities with their friends since childhood. The actual language of this bill and the amendment appear to require students wishing to take these in-demand CTE courses to transfer schools, and it puts the burden on families to get them there. As written, this bill and its amendment are not family first, student first, nor economically sound. Some states do have successful open enrollment, but this bill does not adopt the policies that have been shown to work elsewhere. Massachusetts, for example, has more state funding and separate vocational schools. If we want to seriously consider changing the way schools enroll students, we need to also make drastic changes to how schools are funded. More study and planning is necessary before acting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Kluger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Do you happen to know if any schools in Nashua are near or at capacity at this time?
None of our schools are at capacity per fire code. We also have teachers' contracts that determine how many students can be in each individual classroom. We're in the middle of a facility study to tell us, what we do. But like, for example, AP chemistry, as an example, you can max out at 24 students. You cannot possibly have a 25th student. It's against state law. So to determine capacity depends on your teacher's contract, the Ed 306s, and the physical capacity of your building and your staffing levels. So I don't believe we're at capacity anywhere. However, are we at capacity for particular programs? Yes.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, and especially for sharing the program in Nashua for the hard of hearing. I was not familiar with that. Is it a program that exists for like town tuition agreements? You said other local towns can send their hearing impaired students to Nashua?
They can. And so right now we have tuition agreements that we make with other districts to send their students here as part of their special ed process. I really don't understand how the amendment proposed. Under the original bill, it's not clear how it impacts special ed. The way it's written, it would seem to suggest that the sending district could pay 80% of our per pupil cost, which in Nashua, we're significantly lower than the state average. We're actually 10th lowest in the state for per pupil cost. So districts could send us as little as $16,000 per student. But we know that the cost that we typically charge for this program is a little bit more than $50,000 per year per student. With us having to absorb that $32,000 difference, we couldn't pay our sign language interpreters. We couldn't stay on top of the equipment needs that we need to purchase. And for a local district to then assume that child back if we cancel the program, they would have to then hire sign language interpreters and speech therapists and invest in the other physical adaptations that their buildings would need. So it's not, having the kids come to us is a good thing. I think it would be bad for kids to have to go home. The question is, how do we afford it? And I don't know the answer to that. And I don't know that It should be up to Nashua taxpayers to absorb all of that. They're already upset with us about our tax bill for next year, right? And so I don't know what the answer is. My point is more study needs to be done, especially in the area of CTE and special ed, to find out what this exactly does and to make sure it's equitable.
May I have a follow-up? Thank you so much. The reason I ask is because I think that concern is addressed by the language on page 3 at the bottom of it. Yeah. But I was curious, you mentioned the CTE. Was there language in the bill that specifically concerned the CTE program? Or
I think I should have brought my paper up with me. I think it's on page 4 at the bottom regarding CTE. No, on the amendment.
I was just curious if you had stuck around for, I believe it was Mr. Manganello from the department had mentioned like a student under current law can take like one course. And that's
Right, so
usually
that's
CTE
current law. CTE can come in, but that's not what the amendment says. If you go down to the bottom of page 4, thank you. The amendment says on line 30, oh wait, no, that's not where I'm looking.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to.
No, that's okay. I read it and I, maybe it's not page 4. Maybe it was page 3. Yeah, so I'm going to go backwards. So on page 3 at the bottom, it says districts with an existing tuition agreement shall follow the terms of the tuition agreement as applicable between both parties. However, it doesn't say anything about special education tuition agreements, which are very different than, say, a manifest educational hardship tuition agreement or a tuition agreement we have where like a parent works in the other district and we have an agreement that they can bring their child to that school and will pay tuition. So there needs to be language specific to how this impacts special education programs, especially for many districts who bring in special education students and districts that send out special education students. And then regarding CTE, I apologize. I highlighted it on mine. Oh, sorry. It says, I was way off. On page 2, Roman numeral number 2, line 5, it says the governing body of each district shall determine the capacity of each school district, including the capacity of each grade level, career and technical education program, and other academic program with enrollment limitations. And then it says, we shall develop an open enrollment policy to determine what number the total capacity of any grade level or career or technical education program shall be allotted for open enrollment pupils. So that would suggest that we would say, listen, we have biotechnology in Nashua. We're only going to take 5 students out of district and no other students can come unless you want to become a full open enrollment student, in which case come in and you can take all of our classes. But it could potentially require us to say, here's the number of seats we reserve for open enrollment for each individual program instead of for full day, which is difficult. How do we know if you have until June 1st to decide if you're going to transfer? And our students are choosing courses in February so that we can get appropriate staffing for each of the classes. How do we know how many automotive teachers we're going to need if we have to keep 5 slots empty in case someone decides in May that they want to come here? Or in the amendment, it doesn't say June 1st. That was the original proposal. The amendment, they could come in January and say, I would like to join your automotive class that just started. And do we have to keep 3 spots open forever and deprive Nashua kids of the chance to take automotive or culinary or droning or any of the other dozen programs that we have? I just think it needs more work.
May I just have one final follow-up? I swear I'll be quick. Sure. Thank you. If I read this the same way, I would share those concerns, absolutely. And I understand people interpret things differently, but if there were a subsequent amendment to clarify the language so anyone would read this the same way I'm currently reading it, would it address those concerns, and then would you support the bill?
I think for us, for example, we just finished our budgeting process. So I know how much money, hopefully the aldermen approve it, but I have a plan and a backup plan for how much money we'll have for next year. Our budget for next year includes 56 staff layoffs, administrative down to paraeducators. We're trying not to let it affect CTE. But what we're going to do is take that money and the number of students that have signed up within district and from other districts for requests for our classes, and then we're going to decide our staffing needs. And we're going to start posting our staffing needs in April for next year. That's how budgeting works in Nashua. I assume it works similar in other places. So unless we vastly change when people have to let you know that they're coming into districts that have special programs, there's only so much pivoting that people can do. You cannot sign up in January for a class that has already started because most of these are already full. Like there are typically wait lists. Like for example, even AP courses. My son wanted to take AP chemistry this year. He didn't get in. He's a senior. I had a meltdown. I didn't win. He still didn't get in because state law says only 24 students can take it, and that was that. These are the types of realities that people on tight budgets have to make. And just another thing about budgets, we're cutting 56 staff in Nashua for next year because we have, just to keep things the same, special ed costs, transportation costs, computer software licensing, all of that has gone up so much that we're $12 million to keep everything the same. We don't have $12 million extra dollars. The taxpayers don't have $12 million extra dollars. So we have to make cuts. But the things that get cut are the things that people want to come to your district for because they're the not required things. They're the special things. So we have to be really careful about how we manage this and how the money comes, because if we're only getting $2,000 for each open enrollment student, that doesn't pay for the person who has the expertise to run machining.
Representative Selly?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I heard from several of the people who testified previously that setting up open enrollment will allow schools to, quote, compete for students and disrupt the, quote, monopoly of something. I got lost in that a little bit. And I'm wondering, do you view schools as needing to compete for students in the way that, say, like Nike would be competing against Adidas for customers, or is the model not relatable?
I don't think it's relatable. I think that the people have different personal philosophies about this, and so I think there's room for discussion here. However, I would suggest that this idea of competing for services is antithetical to the best interests of children. But also, schools are a service that New Hampshire has provided to children since 1647. That's how long we've had public schools in New Hampshire, required by law, paid by our taxes. In that time, we've provided other city services as well. You don't hear people saying like, well, I think we should, I don't know, it's akin to privatizing. And we know what happened with transportation when all of the districts in New Hampshire privatized our busing, right? Instead of having competition and being able to pick the lowest cost bus service, now we have 3 companies who basically have monopolies on areas, and no one else can provide buses because nobody has the capacity. And so they get to charge pretty much whatever they want. And for some districts, it went up 20% this year. So no, I don't think that is a model that leads to lower costs or better services.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One other thing, Representative, we were talking just sort of about the disparity in access to potential services and opportunities. Do you potentially see this as being in conflict with other statute, both state and federally, that is already out there for especially children who do have disabilities or are seeking special education services? What additional financial impact might that have to a district like yours, as large as yours?
it's interesting that the Department of Education said it's incalculable, and I tend to agree with that. I don't know how it will affect IDEA. I don't know how it will affect state law regarding our requirements to provide special education services. I sit on child and family law, so if you ask me about abuse and neglect, I could answer that by statute, but not so much here. However, I do know, based on my sitting on the budget committee, that state law requires public school districts to provide special education services from age 3 to age 22, as the previous speaker pointed out. I don't know what happens in the case of a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old under this bill. I don't know what happens to the case of the 3-year-old under this bill. Are they covered under open enrollment? Because technically, if they have an IEP, they're under the purview of the school district. The state law also requires us to provide transportation K through 8 for all students in our district who attend a school, in our district. Nashua spends over $1 million on buses to students that don't go to Nashua schools. They go to charter or private schools because state law requires us to do that out of our public budget. How will this impact it? Will parents have the ability to sue their local school district because they're not providing a bus to their open enroll school? I don't know. That would be fun.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I need to leave to pick up my daughter. Is it possible to do my testimony?
Yes, come forward. Just need your name so I can pick out your pink card.
Absolutely. Thank you to Madam Chair and the committee. My name is Heather Robitaille, and I am a proud Merrimack resident and a parent to a child attending public school in New Hampshire. I've been actively involved in our schools as a volunteer, a substitute teacher, PTA president, and am currently chair of the Merrimack School District Budget Committee. And while I'm not here to speak on behalf of these committees, I am here to voice my opposition to Senate Bill 101. At the beginning of this hearing, the sponsor stated that children are forced to attend a school solely based on their zip codes. I know we already have policies in place for students to attend other districts, as well as public charter schools, private schools, and homeschool options, in addition to the available of EFA funds, which we were told were designed to give families school choice. Public schools are not a business, and I find it a bit insulting to hear the sponsor say that this bill is designed to stop public schools from being complacent. I see firsthand each day how hard our teaching staff work to help our children achieve successful academic outcomes. The Merrimack School District's vision of a learner states that we are dedicated to creating lifelong learners who are future ready and able to contribute positively in their local and global communities. However, achieving this goal is becoming increasingly difficult for us as state aid decreases and school budgets are being cut, which have forced our district to cut 21 staff members this year, interventionists, and valuable programs such as our Gifted and Talented program. These budget cuts are a result of hearing residents' concerns regarding property taxes, which are increasing at an unsustainable rate. Instead of addressing how our state funds public education, this bill will continue to increase the disparity between affluent districts and those districts with a lower socioeconomic population. If we are able to find millions of dollars for universal open enrollment, why can't we find funding to invest in every public school? To me, this shows a willingness to create millions of dollars in new state spending in a way that is not truly available to every student, family, and community. While I also like to be optimistic, there are families that don't have access to personal vehicles or whose work schedules won't allow them to provide transportation to school, let alone outside district placement. So why there may be a will, there's a way. I can tell you school districts don't have the funds to simply offer additional transportation cost coverage to out-of-district students. The amendment to this bill states that funding will come from our Education Trust Fund. This is concerning to me since that's also where the state funds special education. This legislature has voted down a number of bills related to special education, citing the reason there isn't funding available for it. It is surprising now to hear that millions of dollars have suddenly been found for this open enrollment bill. As of now, we are being told that all of the details regarding costs for this cannot be provided. Yet this is the very reason given for other public education funding bills to have been voted down. Since the state is already reimbursing special education costs at rates lower than promised, Merrimack received only 68% reimbursement for the 23-24 academic year. With these lower reimbursement rates, it is hard for us to establish responsible budgets with new variables that open enrollment would provide. And it creates a lot of unanswered questions that we would have to be able to address in the way we currently vote for our budgets. And we just finished our budgeting process and we'll be voting on April 14th. We can't adapt to numbers that we find out later are going to increase or decrease our school population, and the fixed costs remain fixed. We still have to have school buildings. We still have to have all of those things that are required to provide a good public education for our students. I think the additional administrative burden to manage open enrollment processing and tracking adds to our schools' already high administrative loads, which may force them to hire additional administrative staff, and that will ultimately create an unfunded mandate. I oppose SB 101, as I believe it will continue to exacerbate the state's decades-long school funding crisis. The online testimony for this bill demonstrates that an overwhelming majority of your constituents oppose it as well, with 1,383 opposed and only 59 in support. I ask that you join us in opposing this bill. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing my testimony.
I'd like to call Christine Downing, and after Christine, it will be Anne Marie Banfield.
Thank you very much. I am sending around 3 packets for each member of the committee. I'll wait for those to come around so you have them. Yep, there's 3 separate packets.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Christine Downing, I come to you with 3 hats. One of the hat is a elected official for the Goshen School District. I'm the school moderator and school clerk. Another hat is that I chair the NHSAA Legislative Committee. That's comprised of about 45 superintendents that meet weekly on legislative. I was encouraged to hear Senator Lang that he was speaking to superintendents and principals regarding the amendment. I'd like to publicly offer an invitation to Senator Lang to join one of our weekly legislative committee meetings because I'm not sure any members of those were present during those conversations. And my third hat that I wear is superintendent of the Grantham School District. So you have in writing from me my public written testimony. I'm not going to read it to you. You also have the one area that I wanted to give you that was new. It says Legislative Committee Briefing, Equity in Open Enrollment. This was actually a document jointly developed between the NHSAA Legislative Committee and our Equity Committee. And I think this gives you some food for thought on some of the conversations, especially the conversations around special education services. And so you can look through that in some of the talking points that the two committees worked on regarding concerns in different aspects of equity when it comes to open enrollment. And then the last thing I gave you was a copy of House Bill 1280. I know that's not what this hearing's on, but if you'll just indulge me, I'm actually going to go through the amendment that was discussed today and just point out some food from thought from a practitioner's point of view. So the first one I would start with is, while I appreciate the attempt to define the term capacity, there is still more work to do there. Here's what I mean by that. It does say the number of pupil seats available. So pupil seats, and then there is language in here about, at the end, need not equal the maximum number of pupils otherwise allowed by law. So I just would like to point out that by law, in the 306 rules, the rules specifically address what's called educator to student ratios. So, and I want to bring this out and just give you this as background information as you look at this term capacity, because as a sitting superintendent, this definition really didn't do anything to clear up the term capacity for me. I wrote on it and said, are we still defining capacity to be physical space, square footage in the classroom? Are we defining it by what people refer to as class size, which is not the same as an educator to student ratio that's in the 306 rules? And let me explain why. In the 306 rules, the educator to student ratio is listed by grade ranges. For example, in the rules, it states that in K-2, that the ratio of students per educator should be 25 students per educator. But here's the catch. When you go to the definition section of the 306 rules, educator, if I polled this room and said, what do you think an educator is? Anybody want to say? A teacher, right? It's not. By the definition of RSA 21-N:8-D1C, an educator means a certified teacher and paraprofessional. So this is where it gets tricky, because when we talk about ratios being met, example is that I always like to give, say I have a second grade classroom, right? And if you purely think the educator to student ratio of 25 is met by a teacher, and I have a 26 student that comes in, I could go, oh, I might need to have to split that class and now have two classes if I accepted that the definition of educator was a teacher. But because the law says I don't have to accept that, I can now say, nope, I'm going to put that 26 person into that classroom, I'll save some money, and I'll hire a paraprofessional. But the reality is that teacher is still responsible through their license for all the curriculum, instruction, and assessment planning that's happening in that classroom. The paraprofessional under their license does not hold that obligation. So there's some problems in the 306 rules that are going to lend themselves to this definition of capacity. I think the other thing in this definition of capacity that would be helpful to be explained, because I heard it here even in the testimony between the senator and the Department of Education representative, was the term program. I think one of you said, well, what do you mean by program? And he said, I forgot what he had said, how he interpreted program to mean. Program is actually defined in the 306 rules. So I would encourage that the term, because program is used throughout this amendment. So let's all be clear, what do we mean by the term program? So I would offer that as a potential here in this amendment. So that is lines 11, 12, and 13 on the first page. I lost my pages, hold on a second. Okay, then moving on to in the amendment, here comes another term that I think needs clarification, and that's on page 2. So if you go to that amendment, page 2, and you look at lines 5 through 7, it again is talking about capacity, but the new phrase that's being entered in here, and I sat, as I was listening, I was writing questions to myself about if I have to put this into practice, what does it look like? And I reread lines 6 and 7 to myself where it said, including the capacity of each grade level, career and technical education program, and other academic program. And here's the phrase that I need to find, with enrollment limitations. First of all, I'm not sure if with enrollment limitations only applies to academic program. Does it apply to CTE program? Does it apply to grade level? I'm going to assume because they're in a conjunctive sentence that that would apply to all. What is an enrollment limitation? I don't know really what that means. Is that just a number count, or is that, you know, resources could be an enrollment limitation? I don't know what is meant by enrollment limitations there. The other part on page 2 that caused some questions for me starts around line 15, section 5, and it talks about the reporting to the Department of Ed, the number of applications, the acceptances, and the denials, and the reason for each denial. And I'm going to guess, but I think there needs to be clarity here, that one of the reasons we're probably going to be asked to report the reasons for denial is potential for somebody to come back and say, you can't do that. You can't deny on that. I'm going to guess. I don't know why. But with that assumption, if I then go down to lines 25 through 30, where it does talk about applications for open enrollment may be denied only for the following reasons, right? So I don't know if there's a connection between that denial of reasons and that part. So I'm not sure like what's going to get denied if a school district reports this is why we denied access to the school district through the open enrollment process. So there's some clarity that I think could work around in that area. The other, I've tried to figure this out. One of my colleagues sitting next to me, I was kind of like, I'm still not getting this, and that's okay. Maybe I'm not. But I feel like a lot of folks on this side of the room keep asking this question. What's confusing still to me is the list of denials, right? Again, says the school grade level program or class has reached the allotted capacity set for open enrollment pupils by the school district's governing body, okay? So I realized, okay, we can deny on capacity. But then it says no, and this is line 33, no receiving school shall accept or reject an applicant based on pupil needs, special ed needs, disability, of a pupil, aptitude, or athletic achievement. And this is why I think it's so important. This is my connection to why I think the word program needs to be defined. Because immediately I went, wait a minute, what if I accept an open enrollment student? They are identified with needs, and they do require, in my language, we call it a specific program. And I don't have that program. How are we navigating that? I'm still not understanding. I get it. The sending district's likely going to end up reimbursing me or paying me or something for that. But if I don't have a program, I almost like the language that was in the existing RSA more, because it kind of gave the conversation between the sending and receiving districts the opportunity to say, wait, I don't know if I have what you need. And if open enrollment is about honoring, what students need, I think a receiving district should have a legal obligation to say, I'm not sure we have that. And now I'm going to, as a receiving district, need to create something, back bill it to the sending district, but not even sure if we have. And this is above capacity, if we're calling capacity a number. We don't know if we have the programming to match those needs. And there's nowhere in any of this amendment that gets at the curriculum, instruction, and assessment programming that aligns. The current statute actually does say that, because it talks about aligning to school goals and what schools are known for. So
I'm still very confused by this section in the amendment. The other section that needs clarification, and I'm going to put on both my Goshen and my Grantham hats here, is on the bottom of page 3. Starts on line 32, and it's about existing tuition agreements. Tuition agreements is a specific phrase. And by that, I mean tuition agreements are done by RSA 194:22 and :27. This doesn't say anything about area agreements, which live under RSA 195A. And it doesn't say anything about cooperative school district agreements, which live under RSA 195. So I don't know. And I don't know what that means for the area agreement in Grantham. And I want to tie that to my next point here, which is actually on page 4. It's still talking about some of the tuition agreement, and it's particularly lines 9 through 13. And I heard the Department of Ed say something to the effect of, well, if your students are choosing the open enrollment more, then what I think they meant to say was your school of record, then maybe some sort of investigation needs to happen. You guys have heard my Goshen story time and time again, but I'll just remind you, yes, in Goshen, we have a school of record, but we also have 8 other tuition agreements. So what concerned me a little bit now is, okay, over a decade, for 12 years, Goshen has navigated basically open enrollment without the need for open enrollment and meeting the educational pathways of our students and our families. But if, let's say, we have 72 students, we have 8 tuition agreements, and we have 9999, and only, and I'll do my math and lessen it, but maybe it doesn't break equal, and maybe our anchor school agreement only has 6 kids going to it. Does that mean all my other tuition agreements are open for this investigation by the Department of Education, which have been renewed, negotiated, and many of them are not just annual tuition agreements. They've been set for time. And I know the department also, on a question, responded that, maybe your communities don't agree with your tuition agreements. I do want to clarify that, yes, tuition agreements are board approved on both sending and receiving, and that's what it takes. But an area agreement is voted on by the governing body of the community. And that's a long-term standing agreement with many legal aspects to it. So it goes to the voters to vote on that area agreement. So I think, we need to get clear around this whole new part regarding the tuition agreements. I think it's great that we're having this conversation because it's been something that's been missing for quite a while, but I think there's still more work to be done there. The last point I want to bring out about the amendment, and it hasn't been talked about, I don't think much, in what I've heard so far. And that's actually on page 5. It starts on section 8, and it is the 194D:5 state board duties. I'd like to see this tightened up. And here's what I mean by this. And now this is why I have given you the copy of HB 1280. So I think what we're hearing is there are still questions even on the amendment, right? And what I would like to see is, for example, under line 9, the state board shall adopt rules. Let's get specific here. What do we want in those rules, and when do we want those rules done by? Because it is the rules that is going to provide that consistent groundwork from one school to the next. And I think that's what you're hearing is people are talking about, this seems like a free-for-all with no guardrails on it, right? But it's the rules that can give you those guardrails. And that's where I'm going to say, and I highlighted it for each of you, but the section that I would love to see inserted right there in that line is, you can pull it right from HB 1280, is that you could say something like the rules shall, bingo, and you list it right out right here. And you put a date, you put a commitment date to say the rules need to be done by this date. Because I think that starts to level the playing field. And number 2, the state board may convene one or more working, it was a shall. I still think it should be a shall. To give the state board like this opportunity of may convene or not, shall convene, and again, put some timelines in it. And again, you could pull from 1280, what is it that you want the state board to do? Because I do think, you know, if this is a path that we're exploring, the State Board of Ed, the Department of Education need to be integral in the support that it provides to the schools. So for these reasons, you know, you put it into study, you ITL this amendment, there's still, it's definitely progress. It's forward movement, but there's still work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to ask you, in your role specifically as superintendent in Grantham, and I want to be clear that that's the role I'm speaking to right now.
Okay.
So presumably you've been through the similar budget process of most districts where you either have just had or you're about to have your vote in your district about your budget planning for next year with your numbers. Would you be able, based on that information, to identify how many open seats you will have for next year for whatever grades your school district covers? Because I'm not from your part of the state, I'm not familiar, to be able to anticipate what your staffing needs would be for both teachers and also potentially support personnel based on the way this is currently written. Yes, I mean, I definitely could go through an analysis. We have gone through an analysis. Our budget is really tight. So in Grantham, we only have a preschool through grade 6 school, and then our area agreement serves 7 through 12 with the Lebanon School District. So there it itself causes a little bit of concern. I can't do open enrollment through 7 to 12. I'm in a 10-year area agreement that was renewed in 2021, specifying the only options I have when it comes to my secondary students is a school reassignment through the best interest of the Manifest Educational, which we work with and we do. But I don't know how I would address open enrollment at 7 to 12 in Grantham because of my area agreement. But when it comes, we're at capacity in Grantham. Grantham has strong enrollment. Could we figure out our capacity? Absolutely. But I can tell you that on March 3rd, on a unanimous vote by our community, Grantham School District, while they approved being open enrollment, they set it at 0% receiving and 0% sending. So, I mean, our budget is written for what we know is going to occur next year. So if I have a flood, I'm likely going to have to draw from my expendable trust funds. Yeah.
Is that a follow-up?
What do you, a flood, do you mean a flood, like a literal flood or a flood of students? No, like a flood, sorry, a flood of students. If I have a huge intake, we could though, we do on the Sugar River. But, no, I mean, I would have to pull likely maybe from some expendable trust funds to cover some cost, if that's what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, thank you for being here. I always appreciate listening to your comments because they're so well-founded. As a superintendent and in charge of the education of youngsters, based on what we heard from the senator and his assistant and your perspective, you said that your youngsters in the lower grades, below grade 7 or 6, above that there's no need, there's no opening to open enrollment. And the senator said, well, if there's no openings and you're in the previous grade, then you have to go back to where you came from.
Yeah.
That being said, what is it from your experience, what does that say to a youngster who's trying to start it all over again?
Well, I can tell you right now, I've already granted, I have a family with a situation where they had to move out of town, and they came to me and said, I have a clause in our policy that allows the superintendent and even the board to say, look, if it's in the best interest of the child to stay in their residency, yes, they're going to be living somewhere else next year. I don't know of many superintendents that don't make that decision, especially this time of year, because they're like, okay, there's 3 months left of school year and a third. Absolutely, you can stay here. And we usually figure out transportation.
get them to the nearest stop, or how do we do it? But thank you for your question, because one of the things that keeps running around in my mind is we set these capacities, right? I've heard about the local boards can set the capacities. Let's say we set the capacity and we do our best at predicting enrollment trends. But as you know, any study around population can go anyway. If we set our capacity, and let's say in grade 3 in Grantham, we say, okay, we can take 3 open enrollment students, right? And so we accept those open enrollment students and we say, this really puts us at capacity, right? Because we're trying to be mindful to what people need. And then I have resident students move in. What do I do then? I mean, yeah, I'm could be violating my local policies on what those educator to student ratios are. That's going to create probably a conversation with my union president regarding the CBA. And you don't say, when you bring kids into a community school, it's not about where do you live and who do you know, where are you coming from? You try to build that community culture. And I do worry about having to say to families, well, I'm sorry, you're not technically a resident, and now I've got to ask you to leave because I have to accept these residents. You know, the one other thing in the amendment that I noticed, and I was like, I'm not sure if they were aware this was happening a lot across the schools, but on page 3, line 8, it talks, well, line 4 talks about the lottery, and it talks about in line 5 that nothing in this section shall prohibit a school board from adopting a policy that establishes preferences in the lottery for, and number 2, children of school employees. A lot of districts, myself included, in the last couple of years, we accepted under our non-resident policies of taking children of employees. Why? Because it was a benefit. It was a way we could attract employees, especially our young employees who are starting families, right? And, you know, they don't want to have to travel, you know, if they live in another town and coming to work for us, they don't want to have to try to get them to there. And so a lot of districts, I know Plainfield, Leb, and Grantham, we try to work really get together because we're in the area agreement together, set similar policies about accepting employees' children. So that's already in play there. I'm assuming this wouldn't override that based on that language, but I mean.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One thing that I'm trying to understand is the way that I interpret the bill, capacity, you and the school board would be determining this, okay? So let's say, for example, you have the capacity for 15 students, right? I would assume that you would not put out there you have capacity for 15. You'd probably say you have capacity for 9 or 10, right? You wouldn't want to be at the top of it. I'm assuming that you're well-versed in planning, so you would want to leave room for students that are moving in. But then if you have, let's say, room for 9 or 10 students and these other sending districts or students take you up on it, wouldn't that be another, let's say, $100,000 that would benefit all of the students in your school? Like, I look at it like it's gravy almost. Like, I think wouldn't it be wonderful to have that extra money, or am I missing something?
Number one, I guess I want to really study the funding mechanism that's been described today. I haven't had enough time to figure out that funding. Could it be additional revenue in that might support other program? Sure. I don't know. I mean, I can't answer today, you know, yes or no. I'd want to study it more. But I also think, could it add additional services I don't need, right? Or I shouldn't say don't need, that I don't have at that time, right? Could it? I don't know. That's some of the unknown for me around the funding and what bringing other students into the district could provide and might not provide. I need, like I said, I need to study more what's been proposed here in terms of the charter system. So could it be gravy? Maybe. Honestly, I can't give you a solid answer there. I mean, that's my best guess at this point.
Any further, Representative Selig?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking, in relation to Representative Litchfield's question, I'm thinking about at the start of the pandemic, a number of people I knew moved to the Jackson School District, which all of a sudden went from, there was some significant growth there.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing your district is similarly small.
Yeah.
So if there was an incident, like, how does that balance with your?
If we see an influx like that, I mean, yes, I mean, I would think when we set capacity, we would do our best. But like last summer alone at Grantham Village School, we saw an enrollment in the summer alone of 18 students. We never predicted that. We never thought we would see that many families moving in with new students. Grantham is an aging community, so those that are retiring and moving are getting bought by younger families, right? We knew that, but we never predicted that amount. So I had to do some shuffling at the last minute, you know, and honestly, I ended up adding 3 new para positions to it based upon some of the needs that students were coming. I actually, we had to talk about a teacher position. We never actually could add it, but we added some contract services supports. So, I mean, that's kind of the unknown shell game you play.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Banfield, followed by Christopher Wilson. I noticed she was napping a little bit and I was kind of envious. I'll put you in after Anne Marie. Is that okay?
She's trying. She's learning a lot.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the House Education Policy Committee. My name is Anne Marie Banfield. I do come here in support of SB 101. I am an advocate, as you know, for parents in New Hampshire, and I focus on excellence in education. So the parent who spoke earlier, for the last 20 years, that's who I hear from, people like that, people whose children have been bullied, people who has all kinds of different problems. And my focus always is on let's fix the problem. Let's keep you in your school. That's where you live. That's where most parents just want to stay. They want to stay in their public school. They don't want to leave. So the question needs to be, why are they leaving? And so my question to these school people always is, do you have an exit interview? Are you interviewing these parents as they leave? Because I had one principal years ago tell me if he had, now this was in a huge school, but if he had one person complain, he made note. If he had 3 people complain, he knew he had to act. So I believe it was Sanborn that just recently adopted that policy that they're going to start interviewing families as they leave to figure out where are the problems. And it was, I believe, the school board that pushed that. So after watching the March meeting of the State Board of Education, I would advise you, if you have time, to please go watch that. I felt compelled to attend the hearing today. I actually wasn't even going to come because, again, my focus is on figuring out the problems and trying to fix them and helping parents stay in their public school. But I'm going to explain why this legislation is important. And this parent, for instance, is one of many that I have to deal with. This parent did end up hiring an attorney. However, I have also helped her in the process, or spoken to her in the process. At that meeting, a Seabrook parent appeared before the board to explain that the school her son had been approved to attend, Hampton Falls, refused to accept him. For more than a year, she had struggled with the administrators in Seabrook, where her son had been repeatedly bullied and tormented. She sought a safer learning environment and requested to transfer to Hampton Falls. It's right next door. It's very easy to get him to that school. That is why she wants him to go there. The Hampton Falls School Board voted 4-1. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's this. I meant Seabrook. The Seabrook School Board voted 4-1 to deny the decision by the State Board of Education for manifest hardship. I'm sorry, that was Hampton Falls. The school district where he was to be received. The parent appealed after months of navigating the process. The State Board of Education ultimately granted her son that manifest hardship placement, allowing him to attend Hampton Falls. After meeting with the principal there, the parent believed the issue had finally been resolved. Unfortunately, the Hampton Falls School Board voted to not comply with the State Board of Education's decision on manifest hardship. When the parent returned just a few weeks ago to the state board this month with her attorney, her paid attorney that she had to pay out of her pocket, the Hampton Falls superintendent appeared with a taxpayer-funded attorney to answer questions about why the district refused the placement. The explanation was given that there were unresolved behavior concerns with the child that had been bullied. But the chair, as the chair of the State Board of Education, read the documentation provided to him at the State Board of Education previously described the child as kind and engaging. So there was a contradiction there. Because no one from the Hampton Falls School Board attended the meeting, they were told, or it was said that they were not invited. There was a miscommunication. The matter has now been pushed to April. After months and months and months of this kid being forced into this position, now they had to add another month to it. So this parent has spent months navigating an exhausting process. When she finally received a favorable decision, the door was closed once again. She ultimately had to withdraw her son just a short time ago and homeschool him until the option becomes available. Ironically, if she sold her home and moved to Hampton Falls, her son would be attending that school immediately. Instead, a bullied child is left without access to a safe public school because some adults would rather protect institutions rather than prioritizing a student's needs. A need to be safe, not a need to, I want candy over vegetables, a need to be safe. Seabrook has a long history of parents raising concerns about bullying. I know, I live in the district. I have worked with many of the parents. I've been to these meetings with them. I know what's going on. Year after year, parents report to the school that their children are being bullied and that the situation is not improving. Some families have no choice but to remove their children from the school entirely to keep them safe. During debates over school choice policies, opponents argued that they did not want public funds going to private institutions. That's one thing we hear over and over. Yet in this case, the proposal would allow public funds to follow a student to another public school. Even that option is now being resisted. What do you plan, your question, what do you plan to do with these kids? Because I'm hearing a lot of issues that we can't do it for planning reasons, financial reasons, these kind of things. Are we protecting an institution or are we not? When my kids were young, we lived in Ohio. I lived in an area, Lewis Center, where homes were being built all the time. They had to plan for these things. They had to take in these students. This was an up-and-coming neighborhood area. That's their job, to plan. At its core, the issue asks a simple question. Do we protect institutions that are failing these children? And yes, some are. And I can tell you some are not. I send these parents back to the schools where they come to me happily saying, we've resolved this issue. Bravo. Bravo to those of you who are serving our kids. That is great, and I'm happy to report that to you. But there are times when it's not working. So, most families want their children to stay in a public school, but when schools fail, they need a safe environment. If there's a better way to hold school administrators accountable when they do fail and to protect these students, I'm open to hearing about it. But right now, after 20 years of hearing this over and over again, I'm here to testify that in some schools, students are not being protected. This bill offers one way to ensure that children who are suffering in an unsafe environment have access to a public school where they learn. Superintendents can send children and take money out of the school budget when they feel that a child would thrive in a different atmosphere. They do it all the time. Why is it we can't do it for, if we decide that this is not working for our kids? I made a few more notes I just want to bring up real quick. Winnicott added $100,000 to their school budget last year from taxpayers so they could send kids that they were going to suspend to Seacoast Youth Services. We're going to spend $100,000. We're not going to suspend your child, maybe because of behavior issues or whatever the case may be, or expel them. That was another reason. We're going to send them to another facility. See, they get to do these things even when kids are the bullies, or maybe they are having issues, whatever. It specifically said to send kids who would be suspended or expelled. We're going to send them to Seacoast Youth Services, and we're going to up the budget $100,000. And that's what they're spending their money on at Winnicott. More than that, because this is what they upped the budget by. I keep hearing, we can't do this, we can't do this. And I think of corporate America, and I think of other businesses where, yeah, I'm sorry, you're going to have to maybe do this. You're going to have to figure it out, just like you figured out the EFAs and the tuition program. And I get it. I don't want these kids to leave. I want them to stay, because these parents that come to me want their kids in that school. They don't want to leave. But when you have this situation in Seabrook, and I'm naming Seabrook, and I'm there's others, where they just can't work it out. And I've been there. And I've been with these parents. I mean, what about these kids who are crying? What about these kids who have mental health issues? I've seen them. I've worked with them. I've talked to them. I've talked to their parents, where they have to get them mental health because of what is going on with their kids. What are you guys going to do? What is everybody in this room going to do? Because I hear a lot of excuses. And I'm not saying that it's easy. But if this parent moves to the next town, they get this school. If they don't move, they don't. Please, if you've got better ideas, I'm open. I'm open. I try to offer ideas, do exit interviews, talk to these parents, figure out the problems. And you know what? Sometimes they don't want to know. This is what you have. Deal with it. So I'm open to questions, but I know that you are short on time, so it is up to you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know your name, but I'll call you up. We do, after this speaker, we do have 4 more on deck. We will start winding down around 4:30 because, as the chairman said, the doors do lock at 5 o'clock. We can get out, but you just can't get in, yeah.
Thank you so much for being here and for listening to all of us. My name is Kelly McConnell. I'm the chair of the Hanover School Board and a member of the Dresden School Board, though I'm here today as an individual, not on behalf of the board, to oppose SB 101 in its current form, as well as Senator Lang's proposed amendment. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my computer because I kept making notes. So I have a daughter at the Richmond Middle School, though she's actually here today, a son at Hanover High School, and then my oldest is in his first year at the Naval Academy. In Hanover, I'll be honest, we do not anticipate losing many students to open enrollment. But despite this, and I think it's important, I thought it was important that we be here today to speak, or that I be here today to speak. Despite this, while we've not taken a formal vote, I've not heard any board members or district administrators speak in favor of SB 101. In addition to the risk of harm to our smaller neighboring districts, and you just heard from Grantham, I would like to address the following Hanover-Dresden specific concerns. First off, our interstate compact with Norwich, Vermont. Secondly, unanticipated administrative costs, especially for children with special needs. Unanticipated consequences for athletics and co-curricular activities. So the Dresden School District was created by President Kennedy in 1963 and was actually the first interstate school district in the nation. Currently, Norwich, Vermont students receive priority to attend our schools, and SB 101, as it's currently written and in the amendment, does not define what happens to those enrollment priorities, right, in the priority process. Why were we denying a student? It doesn't define that for those interstate students. Additionally, because the current language states, and I quote from Section 6, Roman numeral 1, I don't have the page numbers, I apologize, but it says, or in any state that has an interstate compact with New Hampshire. So students are eligible to move school districts in any state that has an interstate compact with New Hampshire, which is currently written, kind of opens up the potential for students from any district in the state of Vermont to attend our schools because we have that interstate compact. So that's a point that I think would need to be clarified if this were to go forward. So related to this, while SB 101 defines tuition dollar amounts, although now there's an amendment, but it did define it. It does not account for any of the associated administrative costs of implementation. And that's a big concern we have in Hanover, anticipating potentially students wanting to come to our district. So before hearing the amendments today, I had initially noted the following points. So to begin with, I anticipate that our taxpayers will end up spending thousands on legal fees, figuring out how to handle the interstate school district aspect of this once it goes into play. More importantly, each new child who enters our school district, just like any school district, requires processing. So while our building may have additional physical capacity, and as with the representative from Nashua, I would argue that defining capacity is complex. Our administrators and support staff are already stretched thin. So tracking student applications, tuition, and personal data for new students from across New Hampshire will add to that burden and cost. And that's something that, has not been accounted for in our current budgets. In response to the amendment proposed by Senator Lang, and again, forgive me as this was composed on the fly today, the fact that the amendment was heard by most people for the first time today is concerning to me. And just, again, reacting to the numbers I heard today, if districts receive the average state funding of $9,000 per student that goes to charter schools, I have two major concerns about the funding mechanisms. So children coming from communities that currently receive extra aid receive that aid for many good reasons, right? Those children are still going to require that support, even if they go to a new district. How is that going to be accounted for, right? And nobody wants to discriminate against those children, obviously, but how is that state aid going to follow that child who requires additional support? And then I just looked up some quick numbers on the New Hampshire DOE. The latest I could find was 2023-24. Statewide average operating cost per pupil was $21,545. That varies from around $17,000 in one district to over $44,000 in another district. It's also different at the elementary, middle school, and high school levels. So who funds that difference? When we get $9,000 per student, that doesn't cover the cost of educating a child, obviously. It's going to be local taxpayers, right? So as a school board member, why would my constituents support paying for students who do not contribute to the educational opportunities that those taxpayers have perennially supported for the residents of our community? There's a lot of intangibles that go into that, right? So I think there's a lot of clarity that needs to be achieved in those funding mechanisms. In the realm of special education, the administrative load of open enrollment increases even further to ensure that we are meeting the needs of students coming to us with an IEP, as in response to one of the earlier speakers. SB 101 splits the responsibility for students with IEPs between the sending and receiving school districts. Sending districts remain responsible for costs, but receiving districts are also responsible for ensuring IEP students are provided a free, appropriate, and public education. This will require significant challenges for each district with staffing, service provision, budgeting, and unpredictable changes. Ultimately, these challenges would directly impact the students that come to us with IEPs. So this begs the question, with limited special education administrative resources, how can we assure that we're adequately assessing whether we have capacity for students with IEPs without risking discriminating against those students? And I know the question of FERPA was also brought up earlier. So in response to the earlier discussion around Senator Lang's proposed amendments, I think that, brushing under the rug the sending district and receiving district language there belies the complexity of special education funding in our state and how much administrative time is required to avoid discrimination. the district of residence bears the cost. And that's very clear in our interstate compact with Vermont, with Norwich, right? Those residents bear the cost of their special education. Hanover residents bear the cost of our special education students. And so the receiving district still bears the responsibility. So figuring out how that's going to happen is indeed very, very complex and very important. And I did just want to end with a focus on athletics, as this is dear to my heart. So as the parent of a current college basketball player, I had a front row seat to the insanity of club sports and recruiting. It's bonkers. And parents will do anything to support their kids' potential and put them in the best spot for their future. We all know that. A lot of that, regrettably, perhaps, I don't know, athletics kind of drives that bus for a lot of families, right? So SB 101, while not intended directly to address athletics and co-curricular activities, opens floodgates for recruiting and for not just athletics, but also musical opportunities. And I know that's part of the intention, but it also, without any guardrails, it kind of scares me. While the NHIA currently has rules limiting participation for transfer students, anyone who has followed the progression of the NCAA transfer portal knows that those restrictions are not going to stand up to any inevitable and potentially costly legal challenges. They are going to crumple right away. So I think, you know, if we're relying on that, we need to stop relying on that and consider what are the potential ramifications here. And even if it did stand up, there are no restrictions on athletic transfers at the middle school level, right? I've got my 8th grader here. She can go to any school she wants for 9th grade with this, right? And it can be purely athletically motivated if that's where our family wants to head. So there are potential unintended consequences that abound with this. The elimination of smaller programs in some communities, the consolidation of talent into one school, be it musical talent, athletic talent, STEM, robotics. I mean, I could name a lot of different programs. The cost and logistics of transporting non-district athletes, right, who go onto our buses. If they're going to a soccer game, they're on our buses, right? Students living with non-relatives to access a particular school, that worries me just in general, but I put it under the athletics. That there's a lot there that really kind of scares me. The loss of community, belonging, and healthy competition that sports are intended to foster. So as it's currently written, I feel that SB 101 does not adequately address these concerns. And at the very least, school districts, taxpayers, and families deserve more time and more opportunity to plan for the extensive disruption that this will create. So I ask the committee to vote no on SB 101. Thank you.
Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Well, it's your lucky day. Oh, sorry, it's not your lucky day. Representative Selig.
So I just want to say on behalf of the Oyster River School District, if your daughter's an outstanding ice hockey player, we'll take her. Seeing as you've defeated us 3 years in a row.
That's actually why she's here with me. She has to get to hockey and hooks it very shortly. So this was the only way to make that happen.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Christopher Wilson, followed by Timothy Broderick.
All right. Chair Noble, Vice Chair Paternal, and distinguished members of the New Hampshire House Committee on Education Policy and Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to provide informational testimony on Senate Bill 101, an act authorizing parents to enroll their children in any public school in the state. My name is Christopher Wilson, and I'm a Government Affairs Manager at Reason Foundation, a national 501c3 public policy research and education organization with expertise across a range of policy areas. In addition to specializing in school finance policy, our K-12 education policy team is a leader in public school open enrollment policy research, publishing an annual analysis and rating of each state's open enrollment laws titled Public Schools Without Boundaries. Strong open enrollment laws can benefit students and school districts alike. They ensure students can attend public schools that are the right fit for their goals and needs, allowing them to enroll in higher rated school districts, pursue advanced or specialized coursework, access smaller class sizes, escape bullying, and shorten their commute to school. Moreover, studies from the nonpartisan California Legislative Analyst's Office and Reason Foundation both found that the competitive effects of open enrollment encouraged public school districts to improve. And when interviewed for an EdChoice report, district administrators in Arizona, North Carolina, Indiana, and Florida all said that open enrollment encouraged them to create new programs and improve existing ones to better attract and retain students. Research also shows that K-12 open enrollment is widely used and supported. As of Reason Foundation's analysis in Education Next last month, 1.8 million students across 27 states and Washington, D.C. used within and cross-district policies in the most recent year data was available for each state. And as a 2025 EdChoice national poll found, 75% of school parents, including 80% of Republicans, 75% of Democrats, and 74% of independents, all favored open enrollment policies. Moreover, state data shows that open enrollment participation typically starts small and then scales up incrementally over time. As such, school districts, including those that initially lose more students than they take in, have time to respond to fluctuations in enrollment. This is the case in Wisconsin. Yet, as explained in Public Schools Without Boundaries 2025, New Hampshire's current open enrollment policies are not adequately serving students, scoring merely a 45 out of 100 in Reason's best practices criteria and F letter grade. SB 101 would significantly strengthen the state's discretionary cross-district open enrollment program. In particular, the bill would require all New Hampshire school districts to participate in the program and accept transfer applications, regardless of the applicant's abilities, so long as the receiving district has extra seats available at the student's grade level. This would make New Hampshire the 17th state to adopt universal cross-district open enrollment, empowering families to match their children with schools that best fit their needs. SB 101, like most open enrollment policies, would allow districts to determine their own capacity for accepting transfer students and to decline applications when demand exceeds available seats, sparing them from needing to hire more teachers or construct new facilities. Accordingly, the bill's funding provision, at least before the amendment this afternoon, is extremely extraordinarily, I should say, generous compared to other states. It would more than cover the marginal cost of educating transfer students within existing capacity. SB 101, therefore, would provide a means for districts to recoup funding lost to declining local enrollment. The bill also includes excellent transparency provisions at the state and local levels. Districts would be required to post their available capacity by school and grade level on their websites, informing parents where seats are open. And the New Hampshire Department of Education would be required to annually publish district-level student transfer data, including the number of transfer applications received, accepted, and rejected, disaggregated by the reasons for denial. Overall, SB 101 is a strong bill that would improve New Hampshire's open enrollment policies by 37 points, boosting the state to an 82 out of 100 possible points on Reason's best practices, a B-, surpassing New England states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and Connecticut. This would make it the 12th best public school transfer law in the nation and the best in the Northeast. Even still, SB 101 leaves room for future improvement. School districts should be required to post their open enrollment policies on their websites so families know when, where, and how to apply. They should also be required to inform rejected applicants of the reasons for their denial in writing, and those applicants should be permitted to appeal the denial to the New Hampshire Department of Education. Lastly, the department's annual report should include the actual number of transfers, not just the number of applications each district receives. Thank you again for allowing me to testify on Senate Bill 101 today, and please do not hesitate to reach out to me or my Reason Foundation colleagues with any follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear at the beginning. You said you're working for an organization. Can you tell us who the organization is and where it's based? Because I couldn't hear that.
So it's Reason Foundation, and we're a national 501c3 nonprofit organization.
Okay. And so are you a paid lobbyist for them?
I'm not supporting or opposing the bill. I'm just giving instructional,
I understand, but are you a paid lobbyist for them?
I'm not.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Is your foundation in New Hampshire? Are you from New Hampshire, or did you come in?
It's nationwide. I'm living in Massachusetts.
Thank you.
So,
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
thank you.
Timothy Broderick, followed by Laura Vincent and then Jessica Bickford, and it'll probably be close to 4:30-ish, so.
Excuse me, we submitted a card at 12:30 and we haven't been on the list.
We have this many more cards. We're going to have to hold a continuation hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't count all the cards yet. I just know there's a lot. Welcome.
Hello. It's good to see you all again, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today, and thank you for considering this bill that would increase student mobility among New Hampshire's public schools. My name is Dr. Timothy Broderick. Please call me Tim. I serve as superintendent of the Prospect Mountain Joint Maintenance Agreement and SAU 301. We are the public school entity that operates Prospect Mountain High School, where many of you know that we currently operate the state's only open enrollment school that is currently accepting students from outside of our district's catchment areas. This is our third year operating the program under the provisions of the existing RSA 194D, and for that reason, I continue to believe that I offer a unique perspective and maybe some answers regarding the current law and the bill, even as potentially amended under consideration in this hearing today. I know you have heard, not just today but previously, that the bill could erode local control and create unpredictable enrollment patterns and maybe make budgeting impossible, although that potential effect seems to have been blunted today when Senator Lang introduced a proposed amendment that addresses that concern directly. Even before Senator Lang's proposed amendment, those assertions were exaggerated, but after that amendment submitted today, they are virtually non-existent. For one reason, and this may not be well understood in New Hampshire because we've never had a statewide public school choice law in the manner you're considering now. Of 19 states last year that operate under universal open enrollment laws, on average, about 6% of the students residing in those states who are eligible to enroll in public schools participated in those school choice programs. So these are programs that operate, generally speaking, on the margins in states where they exist. And why is that? Most people like their schools. Most people love their public schools, and I am here as a proud public school district superintendent and a proponent of outstanding public education. And because most people love their schools, most people stay. But from time to time, there are families looking for something different. And states like New Hampshire, for the last 30 years, have offered options to families. Families have been able to homeschool for a long time, but for about 30 years, families have been able to go enroll their child in a charter school. And of course, families can withdraw their children from our public system and go to private schools. Because the people looking to leave their public school systems are a group that exists on the margins, a small group, this also means that programs like this typically are actually solving problems for the districts that those families are leaving. Very often they are in conflict. I think you've heard some testimony today, even, about families who, for some reasons that should concern all of us, of course, are having issues or are in conflict in the districts where they reside. Programs like this allow students to try somewhere else and see how it goes. And very often, I have found through direct experience running a program now in New Hampshire for 3 years, as well as in my previous service as a superintendent in another state, that often that change in environment does actually solve problems for many of those families and those children. So please do not underestimate the potential that this kind of policy, open enrollment across the state, could actually solve problems for some of our public school districts. There's other good news. Many of you asked questions of Senator Lang about how the program would be implemented and how things work, and many of you have heard that we in the field don't necessarily understand, but I have great news. Someone does, because we do it. And that means that we have figured it out. We have worked with our partners at the Department of Education now for not just the last 3 years. We started before we implemented the program. We had to. So for about 5 years, we've been working with the Department of Education under the previous rules developed by the State Board of Education relative to RSA 194D. But going forward, if this bill, as amended, were passed, there would have to be new rulemaking. That is a responsibility of the State Board of Education. That would have to happen, and we would be able to continue to work with the Department of Education. So just for a few examples, these things exist. We have a board-approved written admissions procedure. It considers conduct and a few other factors that are legal under RSA 194D. It rank orders applicants in case we get more applications than we have available capacity. It does not reject applicants or establish a cut score. That process is blind, completely blind, to learning or medical disabilities. We have no idea if a student has a medical disability or an IEP when they apply to come to our open enrollment school. We protect our students' civil rights throughout that process. We only allow full-time enrollment under this program. I understand there are other perspectives on that, but that's a decision we made locally, and I would advocate for that if asked my opinion. Once admitted, a student does not need to reapply. They remain enrolled until graduation unless they choose to leave or are expelled under the same rules that apply to any other public school student in New Hampshire. I think that's an important aspect of this. And again, we've figured it out. We've documented how we do this with the Department of Education. We would be available to help if the state board entered a new rulemaking process. A lot of this work has been done, and I understand that many in the field, because we are the only ones who have actually done this, aren't familiar with all of these details, but all of our work is publicly available. All of our work is documented, and I think virtually everything we've done has already been shared with the folks we work with, our regulators at the Department of Education. Capacity, because students can return year after year, they get admitted once, not annually. They can return. Capacity, therefore, must be set very carefully each year by the local school board to ensure that the district can continue to meet its obligations to serve both its open enrollment students and its obligation to enroll any student who resides within its catchment area or who moves in at any time during any school year. And that, bluntly, is my job. My school board pays me to do the math and make the projections and figure this out and give them good recommendations. And if we can't do that, I would submit, well, I'm going to try to be good today. I'm a professional school district superintendent. I should be able to do that. I'll just leave it at that. I think it should go without saying. So all of these details and many more have been considered, researched, decided, and documented. My understanding is that SB 101, if passed as amended, if it is amended in both chambers and then signed by the governor, would then require additional rulemaking. I've heard some discussion of that today. All the work we've already done would be available during that process. And I believe if I understood the implementation language in Senator Lang's proposed amendment today, there's ample time for that process to play out before new programs might become available for students. I think I read starting in the 27-28 school year. I think that should be more than enough time. I'm going to get just briefly to why we have done this at Prospect Mountain and why I see it as a positive for our public schools. Again, I am proud. I've said these words to some of you before in other hearings or individually. I am proud of the faculty, staff, and students at Prospect Mountain High School. They have built a culture. When I talk about our schools, this happens, and I'm sorry. I am proud of what we've done. I believe they have built a culture of accountability. They accept ever-increasing standards, and they've built a community of belonging that families in Alton and Barnstead, and I believe many others, should find attractive. For 30 years, New Hampshire has allowed children to leave our public school system and enroll in charter schools, private schools, or to homeschool. And I'm not here to criticize any of those choices or those options. They may be great for some students. But why should our excellent public high school be excluded from that landscape of choice? What I've wanted during the 4 or 5 years so far of this process of trying to bring open enrollment to Prospect Mountain and now maybe to the state is to figure out how to get a seat at that table. Our public schools are great, and families should be able to choose us too. Again, at Prospect Mountain, we have great teachers, outstanding support staff, and effective administration that takes accountability and compliance seriously. and at the same time sees every child as an individual and personalizes all of their pathways to graduation. We should no longer be excluded from competing with charter schools and private schools for families' choices. Our public schools can compete. We can win. Some people don't like that language. I don't mind. One more time. I'm saying it in case they're watching, and I hope they are. I am proud of the work that our faculty, staff, and students do every day, and I believe they can earn more families' confidence and trust. And if I didn't believe that, I should go sell insurance as far as I'm concerned. Many of my colleagues seem to like to say that you, the legislature, all of you, don't support our public schools and don't believe in what we do. I don't know if you've heard, but some people say that. And I'm here today to make sure you know, and I know that many of you do, that outstanding public schools exist and you have a chance to support us with this. Prospect Mountain is one of those great public schools, and we aren't the only one. Allowing open enrollment across the state would be an expression of confidence that we, the public school system, can compete for families' choices, along with charters, along with private schools, and along with other options. And finally, I'm going to address this. I've heard talk over the last several months about zip codes. I've heard that today. I've heard about haves and have-nots. I've heard some people claim that open enrollment might create a situation in which some students are left behind in poorly resourced schools while their more advantaged peers have access to other options. I just want to pause and make sure everybody understands that what I just described is the status quo in New Hampshire's public education system. That is what we have today. It is not what we would have under statewide open enrollment. It is what exists now. Without going too deep into the research, Stanford University researchers have established that since about 2011 in the United States, zip code has become the most powerful predictor of student outcomes in American public schools. Zip code is a proxy for socioeconomic status. And mandatory zip code-based enrollment zones are our most powerful tool for reinforcing generational cycles of low educational outcomes. Giving kids the opportunity to attend a mixed socioeconomic, a diverse socioeconomic school improves outcomes, not only for students from poorly resourced communities, but also, believe it or not, for their more affluent peers with whom they are allowed to go to school in those more socioeconomically diverse schools. In fact, socioeconomic diversity in a school is a more powerful predictor of student academic growth than racial diversity in a school. The real segregation in American public schools today is economic segregation. Forcing students to attend schools only in the zip codes where they reside, especially in New Hampshire, where so much of funding and opportunity is related to property tax, reinforces this system. Now look, I am not adding this part to my testimony today because I believe open enrollment solves this problem. It doesn't. Clearly it doesn't. But open enrollment doesn't create it. On the contrary, open enrollment cracks a door open for some kids who can't go to a charter school or who can't go to a private school, but would like something different. I know you're going to have questions for me. I'd be happy to answer them to the extent you can tolerate me and keep the door unlocked.
Are there any questions? Representative Terry.
Superintendent Broderick, you have reminded us that open enrollment has been in effect in Barnstead and Alton via Prospect Mountain for 3 years. Would you tell me what the retention rate is for students who have been received by Prospect Mountain? To put this another way, not for you, but for everybody else and all those watching at home, how many are essentially satisfied with the decisions that they made, and so they're still at Prospect Mountain? And the voters having approved open enrollment in Barnstead and Prospect Mountain, can you characterize for us what the what the sentiment is out there in the communities with respect to the decision that they made. Don't care, have no idea, we made a mistake, or it looks like this is working out and we're pleased. Something on that order. Those two questions, please.
Okay, there's a lot there, Representative. Thank you for the question. So I think families express their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with their schools in a couple of different ways. First, there's the anecdotal, what do we hear from families? And what we hear from the families, and because we have relatively few open enrollment students, we're able to communicate with them and with their families pretty regularly. What we hear has been overwhelmingly positive. The other way families communicate their satisfaction or dissatisfaction is by voting with their feet, right? If they leave, there's an indication that maybe it didn't work out for them for one reason or another. And we've had some students leave. Typically, 90% of our students stay, and every student who has lasted a full year, who hasn't left during their first year, comes back. We graduated our first 2 students at commencement last June, and I think we have 4 or 5 more who will earn diplomas and graduate this year. Next part of the question, I'm going to try. Maybe you can help me.
I know you.
How do people like it?
I know you have your finger in the wind, so.
Well, that's a tricky one. So Prospect Mountain is jointly owned under what's called a joint maintenance agreement, the only one in New Hampshire. I'm really used to being the only one doing these things, but I didn't do the JMA. They thought of that 25 years ago on their own. So it's a jointly operated school by the Alton School District and the Barnstead School District. Now, Alton, it might not surprise you to hear, by many measures of socioeconomic status, is in the top 25% of New Hampshire's communities. Barnstead is not. Barnstead last year had the 150th rate of per pupil spending among 162 schools districts whose per pupil spending was reported by the Department of Education. So we were 12th from the bottom in Barnstead in per pupil spending. The previous year we were 11th from the bottom. And last Saturday, the Barnstead Annual District meeting, while being exceedingly supportive and everything we're trying to do, still cut the budget for next year by a bit, which means when we're done here today, I've got to still go to work tomorrow because there's more to be figured out. And I think that's important because it goes to that socioeconomic diversity that I talked about. Again, this is not rich getting richer. Open enrollment for the Barnstead and Alton JMA is in some ways a survival strategy. This is about bringing in some revenue to help support a school that I'm very proud of, as you've heard, that does a great job, but that it's not easy. We can't just rely on every budget being passed no matter what we do. It's always going to be hard. It's always going to be challenging. So I'm not coming to you with one of the wealthiest high schools in New Hampshire just looking to print some more money. On the contrary, I come to you because we identified a real solution, a partial solution to real economic problems. So in that regard, I know that at least the folks who participate in our processes, in our annual meeting, on budget committees, people who show up and vote every year, have been very supportive of these initiatives. We had a couple of warrant articles this year to expand what we do with open enrollment. They passed. So I think by those indications of community support, people continue to see what we're trying to do and understand how it is to the benefit of our school districts. And I'm sure there are other opinions out there too, because it is new and it's a little bit hard to understand, as you've heard right here today. You've asked some questions yourselves. I might think I know the answers because I've done them, but many other people who haven't done this before don't know the answers yet. So there's a lot of confusion out there.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to dig in a little bit deeper about the funding in the amendments. I understand there are a lot of variables involved, but right now we're looking at, I want to say maybe $9,200 or something per student. We heard testimony from some people today saying that that wouldn't be nearly enough. They would need thousands and thousands more. Yet I had spoken to someone this weekend that had shared with me that for each additional student, it's probably only about $2,000 extra. Can you help me understand where I know it's just You're the only one that's done this before, so.
No, it's easy, actually.
Okay,
It's easy
okay.
to answer that question. And if somebody is incurring $2,000 in additional cost for the next student who attends their already established school, I would love to know what they're spending all that money on.
Okay.
Because the truth is, and there's, among my friends, we have some disagreements about whether I should use the term fixed cost or sunk cost or what this should be called. So if there are any negative connotations in those terms, that's not my intention. The fact is, we entered the year with an approved appropriation to operate our high school, right? Those budgets were approved last March, and that's what it's going to cost to operate the high school. That means the lights are on, the heat's running when it needs to, the teachers are paid, the principal and other administrators' salaries and benefits have all been covered. So the next student who walks through, when somebody moves in to our community, my costs don't go up by our per pupil amount. They don't. Because everything I just said is already paid for, right? It was in our budget and it's already taken care of. Now, if I have 20 kids in every class, that's a problem. Now I have a problem bringing in more students. But if I have an average class size of 12 or 14 students, which was the case at Prospect Mountain High School, I can accommodate more students at an extremely low marginal cost. I put a Chromebook in the hands of every child, so that costs something, $500 or so, and I have a few other expenses related to each child's enrollment. But the truth is, those costs are not high. That's, however, again, this is really important. Sometimes details matter, and this is one of those times. That is true as long as capacity is set carefully and accurately, which again brings me back to my obligation to our school board to do a good job making sure we've budgeted effectively and we've estimated enrollment effectively, and we've made a recommendation to our board about open enrollment capacity that is conservative, that is not going to put them in a position where when 15 families move into Alton and Barnstead, all of a sudden we go, well, we don't have room in algebra. We can't let that happen. And that kind of brings me back to the beginning of my testimony, which is programs like this operate on the margins. You don't build a school around open enrollment. You add open enrollment to an existing school. That is the only way it really works.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I actually have two. The first one is about the funding structure. How much money is Prospect Mountain receiving how much are the sending districts paying to you to take their students?
% of the average cost per student.
So through the magic of RSA 194D, passed in 2009, I have the pleasure of calculating a different tuition rate for every district an open enrollment student resides in. So this year, I don't have it open, but I can find it. The average under the terms of the existing law is something like $17,000. Now that's 80% of those school districts audited per pupil high school cost from last year. That was a mouthful, but that's what it is. And the details, again, are important because this is not necessarily what you've read in the media. So for the current year, we have students from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 communities outside of Alton and Barnstead attending the school. And they all had different per pupil costs or spending rates last year. We lean because, again, there isn't guidance on this. No one had done it before. So we've worked with the folks at the Department of Ed to figure out the most responsible way to do this. So if a student resides in a community that doesn't have a high school, we don't use that community's per pupil cost because that's usually a much higher number. We go to the high school with which that community has an agreement, and we use the high school per pupil cost, which is so far has always been a lower number, and we always take 80% of that. And if you're asking yourself, Dr. Broderick, I know you're not really, but if you were, Dr. Broderick, why would you lean into a lower amount? The answer is, I didn't do this because I want to send bills to other public school districts. I did this to solve a strategic problem with the school boards I work for in Alton and Barnstead. And if the legislature and the governor want to agree on a funding source for open enrollment that no longer requires me to do everything I'm describing right now, I will thank you.
A follow-up, please.
Follow-up?
So related to that, I believe you only have open enrollment for the high school, Prospect Mountain. Could you tell us how many students you take in and how many students are allowed to leave through the open enrollment policy?
We have 30 students at the school this year. Our total approved capacity, I think, was 35. We're looking to expand that next year. I think the last time I testified on something in front of this committee, so most of you, I might have said this. I read a Supreme Court opinion in October that I read to mean that I don't have an opinion on students being allowed to leave. I understand the open enrollment RSA 194D to be a parent school choice law. And I think the example I used last time I was here was if a student who lives in, say, the northern part of Alton wanted to attend Guilford, and Guilford had created open enrollment capacity through the mechanisms required under the law, there wouldn't be a question about whether or not I was obligated to pay tuition to Guilford. I would.
Just to clarify, though, you have a policy that, I'm sorry, almost clarification, I'm sorry, that you have a policy that allows students in, but you don't have a policy that allows students out currently.
So I don't want to be deliberately obtuse and pretend I don't understand why you're asking. I definitely understand why you're asking. How that part of the RSA has been talked about over the last 6 months is very different from the way we tried to understand it 4 and 5 years ago. I don't share the current popular interpretation of that. I think the legislative intent is crystal clear. And if there were an open enrollment school near Alton and Barnstead that an Alton or Barnstead student enrolled in, I don't think there's any question I would have to pay that bill, and I would plan to.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The other question that has come up quite a bit that I'm hoping you can help out with, I heard you say that you don't have students coming in at the elementary level, but my perception would be that would be a bit simpler to plan for because you probably have the single classroom teacher versus at the high school level, you have more variety. I've heard many concerned about what if the course offerings were to fill up? Do you have any commentary to?
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Thank you, Representative. I think it goes back to setting capacity, right? And you're right, by the way, it should be real easy at an elementary school. We know we're going to have 3 classrooms in 3rd grade with 14 and 16 and 15 students in those rooms. So depending on what our local board wants class sizes to be, they might decide that means we have some capacity in that 3rd grade cohort, and they might decide that they don't, right? That is a local control decision under the current law, and I believe under the proposed legislation. At the high school level, probably a little bit trickier because you have to think about students who want to take AP classes and advanced classes and electives and things like that. But those are the sorts of considerations high schools run up against all the time, right? You offer an elective class in stained glass or something like that through the art department, and 24 kids want to take it, and it really fits 18 of their schedules, but it turns out there are only 16 seats with all the tools that you need, and you do the best you can, and then the school counselors call those other kids in and offer them different electives. That's pretty normal. No matter where the kids live, that's pretty normal.
Any further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Doctor. How many special needs students do you have that are open enrollment?
I know we do. I don't know how many.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Yeah. And we meet their needs.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you.
We do have a hard stop at 5, so I want to get these last 2 names in, let the last 2 speakers in before we leave. So Laura Vincent, and then Jessica Bickford. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just, for those listening in the room next door, because I think there are still folks over there, maybe there aren't.
I think they can hear this in there. If
Are
there's
we, yes, I do have a question. Is there, we're ending, but when are we planning to meet on a future date and time? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Laura Vincent. I live in Loudon. I have 3 children who are all grown, and I'm the grandparent of 9 children. I'm also a longtime school board member. I believe that SB 101, while perhaps helping a few students, works against most students. And now, I wrote this before I knew about the amendment, which I understand is still a bit in limbo. Although the sending school district would pay somewhere between 80% and 100% of what the receiving district charged for tuition, the student's family would be required to pay the rest of the tuition. And the student's family would also, this is still in effect, would also be required to provide transportation to the new school for the student. Obviously, these factors would prevent many lower income and middle income families from being served by this method. Also, how accommodating students with special needs would be handled is very unclear. It appears likely the receiving schools could reject many of these students by stating that they don't have the means to accommodate their needs. The sending schools, which would disadvantage the students in the sending schools, are likely to be disadvantaged by this proposed change to open enrollment, as one student leaving a school and taking their share of adequacy money with them does not decrease the cost of educating students within that classroom. If more money were provided to public schools, meeting the special needs of all the students would be easier. Public schools want to be excellent schools, and teachers want to help students learn, but need the resources to do so. I know there are rare instances outside of special education situations where it's in the best interest of a student to attend another public school. Making it easier for districts to collaborate with each other would be good. However, having the state handle these situations and make all the decisions would not serve public education well. And I'm opposed to this bill, and I would like to ask the committee to vote against it. Thank you, Laura Vincent.
Thank you. Any questions? Jessica, thank you very much. Jessica Bickford?
May I get copies? Do you want them over here?
Yes, pass them down. Thank you.
All right, no pressure. You guys made me the closer today. Thank you, Madam Chair and representatives, for hearing me today. I have a unique spot in here, and I come with a little bit of a. Jessica Bickford. I'm sorry, Jessica Bickford, Superintendent for SAU 53, which represents Pembroke and Deerfield schools. So, as a superintendent, I'm also a mother of 2 children, one with special needs, one without. I'm also a career-long special educator. So I come with wearing different hats when I talk about the proposal of SB 101 and the amendment. I am not in support of SB 101. However, I am support of the amendment that was presented today. Do I think it's perfect? No. I think there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up in it. However, I think it presents a far better playing field for me as a superintendent and for me as a parent to navigate the waters of open enrollment. I also come with experience in having to navigate, I'm going to throw Dr. Broderick under the bus a little bit here, but he put me in a situation where I had to deal with open enrollment for the last couple of years. So I've dealt with open enrollment as a school that has an area agreement, as a school that is a sending and receiving school with both Deerfield and Pembroke. So I've had the experience of working within open enrollment for the last couple of years. I've also, been a part of and aware of some of the litigation that's happened over the last couple of years regarding it. So come with that experience as well. The town of Pembroke overwhelmingly voted to support open enrollment. One of the main reasons that they set their exit criteria to 0, which they did do,
was because they didn't want their local tax dollars leaving to go to another town. The amendment that's presented today solves that issue for the town of Pembroke. It would allow them to honor open enrollment, which the town supported, without having their local tax dollars directly. Obviously, it's all tax dollars. It always comes from the taxpayers, but direct tax dollars coming from the town to go to pay for students that we may have in an open enrollment school. They also supported open enrollment to receive students, and they supported a large number. I believe it was somewhere around 200 students at full capacity. If we were to get to that point, we could take. Some of our schools are dealing with lower enrollment, and a lot of it has to do with our younger population declining. Not necessarily because they don't want to come. I do not fear open enrollment because I don't think the majority of our kids want to leave. We offer a very quality education in both of those districts, and I'm confident that I could keep the majority of our students. If it wasn't a right fit, happy to work through with a family to figure that out, and through open enrollment, it would be a lot less work on my end, actually, to support that decision. I currently have, one of the things I would like you to consider within this amendment is that schools that have adopted open enrollment this spring be allowed to operate within that this coming school year. I have at least 20 families who are anxiously awaiting to join my school district through open enrollment because they know our vote happened. And they will be highly disappointed, and the kids be extremely disappointed that they wouldn't be able to come to our school if we had to pause for a year and not allow that open enrollment to happen until 2027-28. So I would encourage you to not prevent the schools who have had their voters vote in the provisions of RSA 194D to allow them to open that up, figure that out, work within the same playing field that Superintendent Broderick has had to work in over the last few years. Let us figure that out while rulemaking happens around the newly adopted provisions, if that happens. A lot of my other stuff will be repetitive, so I guess I'm trying to respect time here. Yeah. I know how it is.
All right. Any questions for Superintendent Bickford? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we will recess the hearing on Senate Bill 101 until Wednesday, April 1st at 10 a.m. I apologize to those of you who did not have an opportunity to speak today. We did not limit time because we wanted to make sure that everyone had an opportunity to be heard to the fullest extent.